Alright.
Welcome back, everyone. So tonight we return to first game in Reboot Camp.
Oh yeah, you can press ZR to speed up enemy phases, by the way.
Well,
Don't want to do that on later missions.
yeah, for now I'm probably gonna want to actually see what's going on.
Well, it's not like skipping, then it just fast forwards.
Right, but fast forwarding might make it go by too quickly.
Fair enough.
Alright. Kanbei just constantly going full Leroy.
Yeah, surprisingly this mission had hands in the original game despite being only on hard mode. It was a joke in easy mode. But this is the funny what's an airport mission.
Alright,
So
yeah.
we already got a doozy.
Take to the skies and capture cities before Kanbei grounds your troops. Alright, well, I guess in honor of what's an airport, we'll use Andy for this one.
Leave it to me.
Oh shit, I got Kanbei's power unlock.
Kanbei guys got us surrounded. On top of that, we need to secure properties to win. This is gonna be a tough one for sure.
Stay positive, boys. At least we have an airport this time. Awesome! What's an airport again?
He said the line.
Yeah, they actually voice it.
You're kidding, right?
I love that.
Airports with deploy air unit. Plus, damaged planes and copters can go there to recover HP. Oh, right, obviously. I get it now. But isn't that Kanbei's base right over there?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about that base. Take a closer look at where it's located. That base deploys ground troops, right? Well, it's not in the middle of nowhere, so it's pretty useless there, wouldn't you say? Let's ignore that base and capture other bases in cities with better positions. We need to capture 15 properties to win. Aha.
Yeah, this is why it's surprised they got hands in the hard mode of the original.
So, hey, sir. So he's got 7 on his island that he basically gets for free. So can't let him get 3 more, which means this is like priority island because this guy can capture the 3 on there.
Yeah, that's why. Because Kanbei could cheat.
And they don't cheat in this one?
No, I'm not sure if they do or not in this version. They lowered difficulty on a lot of the more infamous levels in this game. It was a joke in the original. To the point some people would lollygag on easy difficulty just to avoid the next story arc, which was actually based off of time. Yeah, Kanbei's from not Japan. The countries are based off countries are based off totally not Germany, totally not Japan, totally not Russia, and totally not the US.
Oh, so the original was fog and they cheated in the fog?
Yeah.
How did they cheat in the fog? Were they just like collecting extra resources or something?
In Fog of War in the original, they can and will scope you regardless of where you are.
Okay, but that's only like one extra step here. Although I guess there's no fog in this version, but if it was Fog of War, I mean, they just scout me perfectly and then shoot at me.
They don't scout you perfectly in this version, actually. They play by the same rules most of the time here. Which is why it's interesting.
I'm a little skeptical about that based on how they've acted in the previous fog maps, but we'll see.
I saw some of it, evidence of it in the previous fog maps too, so.
Normal campaign, not hard. Oh, does it not unlock hard until I beat it then?
No, you're playing on hard. It's just lower difficulty on the remake version. No, not on reboot. Well, you don't need to be normal on unlock hard on reboot. Use challenge is what they renamed hard in this version. Like, you're on challenge, which is the hard mode, because they unlock it from default. In the original, you had to do it like that.
So they just literally nerfed one mission. Or I guess they
Nerfed
could...
a few missions, actually.
Yeah, but... So I guess, yeah, they nerfed a few missions then, which... I guess I could understand that, but... It's maybe a little bit weird, too. Oh boy, I love having vehicles stranded off in the middle of nowhere. So there is another mode above this one?
We'll have to see, I guess. Because I saw you select challenge last stream. Unless there's a third difficulty, which there might be. If there is, I'm curious, so... We'll have to see, I guess.
We are really poor.
I'm not arguing it anymore anyways.
So it's... we get like 8,000 between the two phases. So we can only really afford one T-Copter in inventory. We're so poor.
Anyway, yeah.
Well, if there is a third mode, we'll see how incentivized I feel to play it.
Yeah, if anything, you could just finish off the extra missions on this mode.
Look what Kenbei has discovered! A base for our many troops! With this base, I shall deploy a mountain of troops. Our troops will overwhelm our adversaries.
Might need to restart the final mission on my end.
I hope he just starts, like, building medium tanks on that isolated island.
That's what he does in normal mode.
No,
it's
he
such
built
a joke for a reason.
He built an
That's
infantry.
That's exactly why he had to. That's exactly why people tend to lollygag on this map on normal to avoid this next story arc. Only if you use a map, Nell gives you a very good key to victory strategy. For the final map, it's funny because for the final map, it just ends up being, oh, just try your best. I don't have a particular strategy. So, gee, thanks, Nell, you know.
Well, she can't do everything for us.
Yeah. Oh, I need to charge my Switch too. I was playing in handheld mode because of the power outage. I mean, Wi-Fi outage.
I'm also not used to seeing biplanes that are fighters, because I'm conditioned by Days of Ruin to see them as dusters.
Yeah. Hey, after you finish Advance Wars 2, at the very least, would you consider maybe closing out the trilogy?
I'll have to see. Because I don't want to commit to doing like the 3 games back to back.
Yeah. It's just that, like, the first two are... The first one, at least, is short enough. And Dual Strike is hilariously broken. Because its main gimmick is combining CL powers, and you can see how that already leads to hilarious shenanigans.
Right. It's something I would consider, but like I'm not gonna commit to it. But I'm barely like a quarter of the way through the first game.
Actually, halfway.
Really short story then, I guess.
Yeah. That's why I was surprised I got to the final mission today, because it's only mission 24. So yeah, I think Advance Wars 2 is longer. But yeah, Dual Strike is definitely longer, and Advance Wars is gonna be, and like, either way, you could probably take a break before finishing the trilogy at some point too.
Hey Mozart, thanks for the love. Neutral cities not under the control of any country means they're now being forcibly annexed? I mean...
That's really the point, yeah.
This is happy, fun war crimes, so yes. And we do it with a smile on our face.
Canvey got... I'm gonna charge my Switch. I took about a 2-hour long... I took until stream started to beat the penultimate mission, and I started like 2 hours ago. the successful attempt took like 50 turns. So here's so when we get to a certain mission, I'll give you a very funny fun fact.
Okay. Surprisingly, he didn't use the morale boost.
Yeah. Gonna have to make a push soon, though.
Alright, so he's not building medium tanks over here, but he is building, like, just a whole lot of whatever junk.
Yeah. Still a hilarious strategy that his base is just randomly on straight on an island. Hooray, you got one.
Yeah, just took a few turns. By design, of course.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of capturing more towns in the enemy missions. So I found out something interesting. Nell might, according to dialogue out in this version of the game, Nell might actually be the daughter of one of the busted COs from Super Famicom Wars. The first character to have luck in the series.
Huh, okay.
Her name is Caroline in that game, so... And Nell might be her daughter.
I can fix anything. Hyper repair!
Yes, we should be protected even if he morale boosts this turn.
Yeah. I have a friend who tried doing Advanced Wars Dual Strike hard mode without doing dual strikes. And it's actually very tough since the game's balanced around the CO spam of combining busted COs. Just choosing not to do it makes the game so much tougher, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's just like how playing Engage without using the emblems ends up that way, too.
Yeah, pretty much. Don't engage with the main mechanic, it's gonna be tough. Just player phase Gale Force.
gonna need another copter. This one's gonna end up running out of the ability to contest this tank.
Yeah. 2 ammo left.
But as long as I can block that city off long enough, I can eventually build a bomber or two.
It's 12, they said, right?
15.
Gotcha. So as long as you block that city off, you're fine, more or less.
Yeah. 'Cause if it was 12, then he
own.
could just win by capturing the ones on, like, his starting
Yeah.
island, and there's no way I'd be able to get anything up and running fast enough to contest it.
Well, he uses more boost, so I don't have to worry about that for a bit. Oh no, not the transport copter! That's actually a smart use of his small island artillery, not gonna lie.
I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. Well, looks like you got the one on the last island.
So he's not bringing anything, like, actually useful over here. So he can shoot at my AA all he wants, but, like, it's not gonna let him do anything. Probably need to save. So you need multiple bombers to hit this.
Yeah. At least he can't do much damage to you back with that copter.
Yeah, pretty standard tank versus copter matchup.
I love that he's still trying to shoot the transport regardless.
Yeah.
APC's
APC's
AI moment.
yeah, APC syndrome, I guess.
Funny enough, there's a glitch where you can have direct units be indirect somehow as an enemy AI quirk. Like sometimes the enemy AI just decides to make a direct unit indirect, which led to a very infamous clip of the APC getting bombed by a submarine halfway across the map. And there's a meme in the next game about indirect bombers. When the glitch was discovered, naturally, people ran with the fact that it's no longer a meme, you know.
Actually, wait, I guess I probably don't... Maybe I don't need bombers. Because I could go for his HQ, but what if... Let's see... I'm at 11. Actually, yeah, if I just capture... what's left, I win.
Yeah. You still need like 2 more.
Well, I saved the money, I might as well bomb him.
But yeah, the indirect bombers meme became a reality because of that weird glitch. And sometimes the glitch will function just as you expect it to destroy an APC. It was funny when I saw that. I don't know why he thought what happened there with the infantry.
The inspiration, I guess. Actually,
So I had a gamer combo tonight. Doing Doritos, baby. I'd say slightly less busted Starrock. They're still pretty good, and there's a reason why airports are so few and far between. But at the same time, they're not as busted as a flyer in most FE games.
yeah, Advance Wars flyers have like actual hard counters. And
Anti-air mainly.
And they're really expensive.
Well, the hard counters are less expensive than the flyers themselves.
Right, well that's what I meant is that flyers are really expensive. It's
Yeah.
like 20k is a lot, so...
Yeah. I'd point you... And they balance it out by not giving many airports to begin with in most maps. They took down the transport copter.
Yep. How huge are these battlefields anyway? Seeing cities are just small command posts?
Probably very huge. Keep in mind all this is on one continent called Cosmo Land. The next game has a different continent with the same 4 countries called Macro Land. and then Dual Strike it's Omega Land. Somehow all 4 countries have different regions in all 3 continents, which is kind of weird. They all just moved, pretty much.
I think we're also not supposed to think too hard about it. Because the game does...
supposed to explain their different continents and that each country has a stake in all. Each country has a stake in all 3 continents.
Or, I mean about the city sizes, because the game...
Oh yeah, that.
It just treats them as resource nodes. It otherwise doesn't really care about them.
Yeah, it's basically like city building in Command and Conquer, for instance. Because you don't make that many buildings that easily in real life. Especially when super weapons get into play. You know.
Yeah.
He filled up his little island.
Good for him. I bet he feels so proud.
One more and you win.
The fact that every turn is apparently an entire day.
Yeah, that one at least sounds a bit more believable, though.
I mean, except for the animations.
Fair enough.
Unless it just takes the infantry that long to reload their assault rifles.
I do find it funny that they call each turn a day and each chapter a mission compared to, you know, Fire Emblem.
Yeah, I think they were trying to be cute with the whole day thing for this.
Yeah. Same for calling the individual maps missions rather than chapters.
Hey, missions make sense. It's just what it, pretty much the terminology that every strategy game uses.
Yeah, except for Fire Emblem, because of the whole epic fantasy.
Yeah, I guess. By my sword! What a horribly useless base that was. And my assured victory vanished so quickly. Could it have been that that base was in a poor location?
Canvai's error.
Let's keep battling.
Let's keep battling. Almost got the perfect 300.
Yeah. Dual Strike has time maps where you have real time limits?
Yeah.
What?
Luckily, that game is so busted it doesn't matter much. Because again, the whole point is combining the CO powers, and some characters work with each other very well, and others work with each other natively. Think like tag team mechanics in fighting games.
I mean, that... Regardless, it doesn't make any sense to do real-time limits in a turn-based game.
It doesn't.
Oh, Father, you really are impossible. Do you know why you keep losing? It's because you never let me finish giving you strategic advice. I will admit that your elite forces don't typically lose, but, well, let's just blame the enemy for being too strong this time. This next battle, I'll take command. Sonya!
Now you get to see
That
the
is
worst CO in the game.
Sonia, that is ridiculous! Kanbei will never allow his daughter to be placed in harm's way. Why? If the unthinkable were to happen?
Father, you hush.
There's something I need to investigate, and for that, I need some first-hand intel. Yes, but... Father, please calm yourself. Okay, how's this? At the first sign of danger, I promise to retreat. Does that satisfy your concerns? You must promise to avoid any unnecessary risks. Do you understand me?
Aha!
Of course, Father. I'll be back.
Yeah, Sonya is very infamously bad.
Kanbei's right. Sonya is ass. Don't let her command.
Like the duality of father and daughter, basically.
Kanbei's one of the best heroes in the game. It's a shame that being the best doesn't mean anything if he keeps throwing.
Yeah. Also, now that we're here, if you played fast enough, you would automatically get this story arc in the original game. But it forces Sonya to be part of the final battle, which is something most people don't want. Just because she's so bad.
And that was just in the original?
Just in the original, yes.
Huh.
So a lot of people would lollygag on Kanbei's error just to avoid this story arc and get a different CO for her spot in the 4-player map.
Strange condition. Oh, we have to play Max now. Will Max have both the brains and brawn to satisfy Sonia's standards?
Yeah, this story arc's funny because it's just like she's testing all 3 main characters, so you have to play each one individually.
Well, this first one makes it sound like it's a date. The original game had optional chapters that lead to a different file map. I see.
Yeah, because there were some very important choices that led to who showed up on the final map as player 2 and 3.
Right.
Like
quote-unquote choices, right? Because it's probably not readily apparent, especially if finishing...
It's not readily apparent.
If finishing a map too fast makes Sonya show up, I mean, there's no telegraphing there.
Yeah, for one example, you know how you chose Max for Chapter 7 for Mission 7 instead of Andy?
Yeah.
Well, that gets you grits as player 2. And if you chose Andy, you would either get Olaf if you routed the Olaf's naval battle mission, or you would just get Max failing both those as player 2.
Yeah, so just like random obscure conditions.
Yeah, basically if you fail to get Olaf or Grit, Max shows up as player 2. And if you fail to get Sonya or Eagle or Drake, who will show up later, you get Sammy as your player 3.
It's FE7 style choices. I mean, FE7 is not even really choices. It's just like completely untelegraphed conditions for the guided maps.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Exactly. I mean, there's still a difference between the game, like Advance Wars changes things a bit, but in the end it's not like you lose the final mission. But FE7, you don't even get the maps at all.
Yeah, this is just like alternate maps, so it makes sense.
Hey, Diley. Nice 5 streak. Oh, like how opening doors decides between Harkin or Carol. You know what? That's true. There is that.
Or like which version of Four Fanged Offense you get.
Yeah, although most people are gonna end up getting the one where you raise the lords because they will try to raise the lords.
Yeah.
I mean, leveling the lords a lot gets you Linus, which is technically less annoying, if I remember correctly.
Luckily, this game changes how the final map works, so we'll have to see. You'll have to see that for yourself, you know.
If you get Eagle in the final map, you get the secret Eagle map.
Yeah, they changed how the final map works big time in this version.
Max's eyebrow wiggling is unnerving.
Oh no, I can't unsee it!
Look, he knows he's about to go on a date, so he's trying really hard to do the waggle, and it's not working out for him. Andy? Sammy, where is everybody? I'm at the coordinates you sent. What's with the hide and seek, huh? Ah, what the? Are those gold comet troops? Max, you fool, you got yourself surrounded! Oh no. Also, I like how Max keeps bringing indirects despite the lowered range.
Yeah, it's funny.
Let's do this. Aha! Secret rockets, huh?
Yeah, Sonya's whole gimmick is that she can see in Fog of War regardless of as her CO ability. But given how Fog of War works for CPUs, it's useless to begin with.
Yeah.
And in the hands of players, it's even more useless because it's very circumstantial.
Right. So she's basically... They had a fun concept they wanted to do, and they never really, considered how viable she actually is.
Yeah. She's meant to be a strategic fog CO, but doesn't really work. It's
I know.
hilarious.
Yeah, I know that. Days of Ruin also tried to just do a better version of her with Lyn, but the CO ability still just sucks.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of just how Days of Ruin tried to balance a lot of the old cast CO abilities.
Yeah. Well, I guess at least Lyn's aura is at least, decent enough, but she basically doesn't have an actual CO ability.
It should also be noted that there is a single character in this game you can play as a CO who doesn't have a second tier because they weren't in Advance Wars 2. So when you play as them and take on Advance Wars 2 mode, they're functionally useless because they don't have Advance Wars 2 CO powers. they only have the tier 1 from Advance Wars 1. Which makes them more than useless in Advance Wars 2 mode, you know?
Alright. Yeah, they apparently tried to make the pod closer to Days of Ruins compared to the original, where they just didn't care, but...
But yeah, it's so funny that they have a character who, a single CO you can buy who just doesn't have a second tier, and when you take on Advance Wars 2 mode and like multiplayer or war room stuff. You know, just funny. TV tropes listed as an example of villain forgot the level grind.
Let's continue.
You're CO Max of Orange Star, correct? I'm here to evaluate your combat prowess. Let's continue.
Oh yeah, neat thing. When you use CO powers in the final mission, they change the dialogue, which is cool. To reflect, you know, the fact that you're on the final mission.
We'd have to high roll for the kill here, but I don't think the tank would do any better damage.
You're kind of almost guaranteed that one, because in my experience with this game, high rolling is very easy. When it says like 94, it probably follows some 2RM structure if I had to guess. Because this is, you know, like GBA era intelligence systems, so I wouldn't be too shocked, you know.
Yes, but that still doesn't mean it can't fail.
Yeah.
Right. We have to try to break through here. I also don't want to lose the recon. Actually, even if we do kill the infantry, this tank can just attack it. So do this.
Yeah, probably a safer play. Plus your max, so your directs are gonna deal more damage anyways.
I don't know how deep we want to go on the right here.
Well, at least I finally am almost done with Advance Wars 1. I passed the mission that got me stuck on a couple years back, so...
That's good.
Turns out it was the penultimate mission, so that was funny. I'm gonna turn on my PS5 and see if the Mega Man DLC for Sonic Racing Crossworlds has dropped yet. It has. Let's download. So it's funny because this Sonic game is Sonic Racing Crossworlds is the second time Mega Man, Pac-Man, Sonic, and Mega Man, Pac-Man, Sonic, and Joker have all met up, and Minecraft Steve have all met up in the same game. You know.
Please hold your applause to the end.
Hey, Kevin, thanks for being the gremlin.
There we go. But yeah, like, the fact that we've had a second game where Minecraft Steve, Joker from Persona, Pac-Man, Sonic, Mega Man, and have all met up, you know. And one of them's a racing game, the other's a fighting game.
Well, once the floodgates are open, second game is not so surprising.
Yeah. The issue is that because this is on multi-platform or cross-platform play, Mario can't join in, you know. Because naturally that would have to be a Switch exclusive character, and you get the point.
Very interesting, Max. The intel I need is within reach.
Yeah, they have Sega characters as the free DLC, so like Hatsune Miku's one of them because Sega owns the license to Vocaloid video games. And then they also have like Persona. They're getting Angry Birds soon, which is interesting because they own the IP now. And paid DLC are peer crossovers that Sega doesn't own. Three of which are Paramount related, thanks to Paramount being the owners of the Sonic films.
Rockets is probably right here. Alright, I guess the artillery is here.
Alright, I downloaded DLC. Not gonna play it because The Grand Prix for the crossover DLCs can't truly be completed until all 3 packs are out. So the most I can do is like time trials on one course, you know. So until Avatar and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles packs come out, I'm just stuck with just Mega Man for this, for now.
Anyway, and which game was that?
Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. It's got a lot of crossovers, both Sega and not. Because like Paramount has the rights to Sonic films, so they put in SpongeBob, they put in SpongeBob as well as TMNT and Avatar: The Last Airbender. But then you also have Microsoft licensed Minecraft and Namco licensed Pac-Man and Mega Man licensed Capcom licensed Mega Man for the paid DLC. But the free DLC has 2 characters from the IDW Sonic comics. It has Hatsune Miku because Sega owns the rights to Miku video games and other Vocaloid stuff. It has Ichiban from Yakuza, Joker from Persona, II from Super Monkey Ball, etc., you know. Like, other Sega characters are the free DLC, basically.
Whatever works, I guess.
Which is why the fact they own Angry Birds now means they basically acknowledge Angry Birds Go's existence for the first time in a decade. Yeah, Mario Kart World doesn't have DLC yet, and there were rumors that it's gonna get like Donkey Kong Bonanza themed DLC. But a lot of people are wondering why it hasn't been revealed yet, if at all. Because like there were rumors of like the voice actors from Donkey Kong Bonanza being listed as voice talent in the game proper. You know. And now we know the Mario movie is gonna feature Ward from Mario Bros. 2 as a minor villain. So like a lot of people are thinking that if the DLC exists, it'll be Donkey Kong Bonanza based as previously mentioned, but also include like some Mario movie aspects, you know. Which I'm going to see it on Wednesday now. I'll probably be out before you play Code of Burger King, but just thought I'd let you know I'm going to see it on day 1 now.
Very good.
So if I'm late to that, I'm late to that, you know. Also, yeah, because I have the Sacred Gamer combo, I'm a bit more hyper than I should be. Because caffeine! Yay!
Of course.
That's what happens when I have a Mountain Dew this late at night, so. But it's either that or oversleep, and I hate oversleeping, so.
Makes sense. I wonder if this artillery is the last one left, or is she just camping the other stuff? Because there's a lot of map left, but it doesn't necessarily mean there are units in it.
I'm not sure. Given this is a small map, that means very little, honestly.
Well, if there were rockets in either of these, we'd probably have been attacked because we're right beside a city, which would have seen the medium tank.
Well, if she spotted you on her side of the field, that is.
Well, she would have seen it, because I was beside one of her cities.
Gotcha, fair enough. Yeah. That reminds me. So, Dokapon, you know the Dokapon series, like that weird board game RPG that tries to be Mario Party as an RPG?
Not really familiar with that, no.
It's basically take all the worst aspects of RPGs and all the worst aspects of party games and throw them in a blender. And somehow it ends up being surprisingly fun.
Huh. That's definitely unexpected then.
It's basically what happens because you have 4 players trying to beat the final boss and raise the most money to along the course of the game, but also has other party aspects so you can and will ruin your friendships. But the CPUs are infamously very evil and cheating, and the game infamously also is out to get every human player, even if you have a full party of human players. So if you have a full 4-player game, the game just hates everyone equally. It's very interesting, and we only got like 3 games overseas. One of which was previously Japan only until remaster on PC. But we had one on Wii and PS2 and one on DS, and the Wii and PS2 one eventually also got remastered. You know? But like the thing is that I was mentioning it because a streamer I follow who is playing the DS1 for his series to beat every DS game. But because the CPU cheats and the RNG is against him, it's not his style of game. So the one saving grace is that the CPUs are gonna beat the game for him since they cheat, you know?
Okay.
One of them will beat the final boss, just not him, you know? So, like, one particular funny thing is that in one of the random events that can happen, you can quite literally get Ebola as a worse version of poison. It's called Z-Virus in the American versions, but it's literally Ebola in the Japanese versions.
Of course.
This is a series that dates back to the early 90s, so... Not exactly a sign of times of, like, the early 2010s. It was ahead of times, if anything.
There's more to combat. Enhanced vision.
That is funny. The particular note is that there are spin-offs, one of which they get localized for GBA, but the spin-offs have nothing to do with the party game aspect and focus more on the RPG aspect. The main games are party game meets RPG. It's a weird series.
I was totally expecting you to shut up here, but apparently Sonia decided to just waste her CO power.
Yeah, needs Paparanian's enemy density. Probably hiding in that bottom right corner, but I guess.
Well, we haven't explored top or bottom. It's impossible to tell which it could be.
Yeah, top left or bottom right at this point. Oh, there we go. Maybe.
Well, I guess if nothing else, I could just cap the HQ.
True. There's something might be hiding in the trees, though.
Yeah, there is that infantry over here.
No!
Oh, apparently she was in both corners.
Not like you can't capture the enemy HQ in 2 turns, but might as well just kill the enemies.
Assuming these are the last ones anyway. This is not necessarily true. Scratch damage.
Yep. Hanging on by a prayer at that point. Could have honestly killed it with the recon for the joke.
Yeah, I don't think the recon would have been strong enough at 1 hit point.
Probably not. Nope, not done. Now you can capture the base, probably.
Eventually. Mech does need to actually walk there.
Yeah. And you don't have the APC luxury because it's on the other side of the map.
Yep. Or not much use in moving the others. Like, I guess I could bring this tank down to help with the bottom.
Well, artillery. Probably in one of those remaining mountains. The forest by the mountains, I mean.
Well, it has to be it. There's literally no other place it could be.
Yeah.
I don't know you, but
Yep. If they kept the medium tank on standby.
Orange Star CO Max. You have underdeveloped in direct combat skills. You compensate for this shortcoming with a predilection for direct combat. In areas where you're able to attack with multiple units, you're a Titan. But in tight quarters, you quickly become a target for indirect fire. In future battles, try pulling your foe out into wider terrain. This will give you better results. Your face implies confusion or uncertainty. Are you just a muscle? Is someone else feeding you strategies? Hold on a second. Just who are you, little lady?
My name is Sonia. I'm a Gold Comet CO. It's a pleasure to meet you.
That's the Fire Emblem Warriors where they mentioned Mark might be telepathic.
Might be what?
Telepathic? In the Robin and Lynn support, they mentioned Mark has telepathy.
I don't know if I actually read that support. That's...
It basically says there's an arrow pointing me where to go as a joke about the UI. When Lynn tries talking to Robin about Mark, and Robin just assumes that means telepathy. It's funny.
It's a strange fourth wall lean, but I guess it is a Warriors game.
Yeah. It's a fourth wall lean, but then I just find it funny that Robin goes like, oh yeah, telepathy.
I've taken the liberty of separating you from your companions. Where are my friends? What's going on? Fret not, you're all safe. I have lured each of you into your own tests. My studies required individual examination of each of you. Should never have left them alone. Max makes up for his shortcomings by being the most broken CO in Advance Wars 1.
I mean, yeah, because you only get the 3 main characters for Advance Wars 1 until you beat the game. And then you can only use the others in multiplayer, so...
Hey there!
I guess that explains why it's so short.
You can only use them in the multiplayer and the war
Honestly,
room.
Max, these directions are awful.
They just want you to incentivize to playing the game with all 3 COs, basically.
How am I supposed to find anyone out here? Max! Max! Where'd that lunkhead go now? You're wasting your breath. Max will not be joining us. You! Sonia! I might have known. Swing the 3 of us up like this. This is all part of your strategy, wasn't it?
Of course.
Brilliant deduction. Max has been dealt with, and I've got Andy secured in a nice, safe place as well. If you want your friends back, you just need to defeat me on the battlefield. The first of us to secure 16 properties on this map is the winner. Got it? Fantastic. Race, set, go.
Hey, wait!
Come back here.
Yeah, Sammy and Sonya train in the same military academy.
Makes sense.
Which is why they're both the strategic geniuses of their armies, you know?
Well, quote-unquote geniuses.
I mean, yeah, because no one's perfect in this series.
Well, no one's really... no one's really demonstrated it except for, like, Nell.
Yeah. And, I mean, the villains of Advance Wars 2, at least, the villains of Advance Wars 2, one of them in particular is actually very cunning. And the main villain of both the first two games is cunning too, but...
When Sammy faces off against Sonia, someone is going to get schooled.
Yeah. They also have a need call for the dual strike later on in this game, in the remake only.
Oh, makes sense. There's no way they could have had it in the original.
Set up by that little brat again.
Obviously, because dual strike didn't exist.
Of course there would be Fog of War. That's Sonia's forte. Looks like we'll have to cross the water here, so we need to protect our landers. I've got zero chance of victory if we can't transport our troops. Let's use those reefs for cover as we go.
Nice!
I think Sonia's forgotten that I'm an infantry troop specialist. If we need to capture properties to win this challenge, then I'm the right soldier for the job. Get ready, Sonia, I'm coming for you.
That was kind of the point of the mission. Sonya actually is doing all this for a reason, story-wise.
Yeah, I mean, she basically spelled it out as much.
Yeah. You'll find out the reason in the Green Earth story arc, really. Also, keep in mind, since they added three new missions to the main game, that means this game was even shorter originally, remember? Because they had that whole Nell story arc.
I guess that makes sense. This isn't... Or is this from an era where the games weren't, like, typically super long?
Yeah. Advance Wars 2 is a lot longer, at least, from what I remember. As is Dual Strike.
Sonya has 10. Let's see, that's 4, 5, 6. So she probably doesn't have these ones. She probably has these 4, and the 2 seaports. Or no, wait, I guess it counts cities only. So I guess...
Yeah. Bases don't count.
So I guess it's probably everything on her side on the right side.
Yep.
Infantry specialist, which means she runs the harshest conscription policies.
Is that how it works? Also, hi, Kirby.
Cat to you too, Kirby.
I love how last time I went latched on to your Celine dog type. Like, literally, as soon as that happened, me and Chad were just latching on to Celine.
Yeah.
That was certainly a highlight. Also, be right back. I have to use the restroom.
Alright. a little expensive for another lander, so I guess we're just waiting. 7,000. Might honestly just save. There's nothing like that can immediately help me out.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
If it isn't Miss Sonia. Did my research and I'm back again, just like you asked.
Grit, did you discover anything?
So my sub expires April 1st, but I might not renew it right away. I got towards Turbo anyways, and I got other stuff I need to spend money on.
It's fair enough. Well, not much. One thing I know for sure is, it's Mystery Fella needs to find Blue Moon with funds the likes of which we ain't never seen before. Seems like he sweet-talked you a laugh with all that right words to boot. Old bearded one thought he'd be visited by divinity. But I'd say he's more like a demon. I see. Anyhow, our mystery foe seems to have tossed Olaf aside on account for failing to stop Orange Star.
Olaf ain't such a bad guy, you know?
Maybe Olaf will realize that he's been used and come to his senses. That'd be nice, he ain't such a bad guy, you know? Let's move on to something else for now, Sonia. Don't you think you're taking things here a tad too far? There's a whole mess of folks after you, darling. All Orange Star, in fact. Really, Grit? I don't think I've done enough. This is invaluable intel I'm gathering. It would be irresponsible to stop now. Well, if you're that determined, I guess I ain't got nothing much to say on the matter. I'll go and see what else I can find out. Yes, please do. Thank you, Grit.
So yeah, as you can see, Sonya and Gret are in cahoots trying to find the real enemy of the story.
Not too surprising.
Hi, Girardi. I saw that one picture I posted recently of Ogiri Cap summoning her actual haunts as a persona is kind of funny to me. It's a weird fan art that was like, what if Ogiri Cap had a persona? And it was just her real life self. You know.
Not sure how well that actually fits their character, though.
It doesn't, because the whole point of personas is that they're supposed to be your true self, your inner, well, they're basically like Stans and JoJo, so...
I'm completely unfamiliar with JoJo, so that comparison doesn't really do anything for me.
Well, Stans and personas are supposed to represent your true self, your subconscious desires. So,
okay.
like, for example, Narukami in Persona 4 wants to seize the truth. So his starting persona is Izanagi from the creation myth, who is also god of truth in Japanese mythology. for instance.
You're Mirage. Yeah, Mirage are entirely different people. I don't think that comparison quite works.
And like
Sammy theme. Yeah, I do like Sammy's theme. It's pretty good.
yeah. But yeah, like Ogiri's persona would have to be something reflecting her infinite desire to eat, basically. And each game has a different theming for it. Like, since Persona 3's whole point is about death and how it comes to everyone, and it uses Greek mythology as its persona basis because of the term memento mori. Remember, you are mortal. As well as like the Greek underworld and the river Styx and all that, you know. Whereas Persona 4 is about truth. So like so the main cast of that game gets personas based off various truth seekers in fiction. Similarly, Persona 5 is about rebellion. So you get characters that get their hands dirty in their stories, like Captain Kidd or Zahoro or Sen Lupin. You get the point. Like characters that try reforming society in their own methods. So like Ogiri Cat's persona would have to be something related to her love of food, if anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So just summoning her actual Han self as a persona just makes no sense.
I could build another medium tank, but I might just do a normal tank because we kind of need the mobility to be able to see, find and pick off the enemy artillery here.
Max spam! I agree with Kirby here.
Tanks, boom, mech spam. I mean, we'll get to that eventually. Like, I might do that with this.
Wars 2, one early game mission is easily cheesed with mech spam.
Because this factory I'll probably be doing mech spam so that I can put more expensive stuff on this island.
Yeah. Mechs. I think my favorite theme in...
So this...
I'd have to think who my favorite theme in this game is for CO themes. I wish we got Dual Strike DLC, but of course this game came out so much later than intended thanks to real life events that just didn't happen, you know.
So the battleship has to be in one of these three tiles, because we can see here and the rest of these are beaches and it could attack this.
Yeah.
And then there's an artillery, so it's gotta be this tile.
I remember the battleship's location stumped me my first time on this map too. I like how a neat touch they did in this version of the game that is that they have, since they voice act each character's CO powers, you actually get like a little voice clip of the character before their Super CO theme picks up. Because like both Tier 1 and Tier 2s have different themes depending on which CO power you used. And they're basically just like more more hyper versions of the regular CO beams, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty easy and obvious addition to make when doing a remaster.
Yeah. I think they did that in the original, but don't quote me because I haven't ever played the originals.
Or, I mean, like the voice clips.
Oh, the voice clips. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because obviously they can't do voice clips on GBA unless they really want to compress it. Like it did with Link to the Past GBA. Y'all like Young Link sounds? Or like the Mario Advance games where they had Mario just randomly go, woohoo, just what I needed. Which is really hilarious in that game. They also had the bosses, at least in Mario 2, voice acted. Because the first Super Mario Advance was a remake of Mario 2. I remember in the first Mario film, there was a scene where there was like a Nintendo Direct where you had Jack Black and Chris Pratt, and Jack Black was very clearly being genuine about the role he got as Bowser. Because he puts his all in every role he does. But then you had Chris Pratt, who was just clearly reading off a teleprompter about stomping Koopas! With emphasis on the word Koopas and the awkward pause, you know. It was funny.
This has been long enough, I don't really remember that part.
It was one of the directs where they showed the trailer for the first film.
I mean, it's been a long time since I saw the trailer, too. Longer than the movie.
Makes sense. I'm really excited for the new one coming next week. Here's a fun fact. It was part of why a lot of people thought it was going to be Mario World based because of Yoshi. It's because the internal name was actually Super Mario World movie, but they did that on purpose to hide its ties to Galaxy.
Yeah, I remember
Like
you saying that.
Yeah. Because like, since Galaxy's a big deal, they wanted to reveal it themselves rather than Universal's investors accidentally revealing it to the public. Because investors, you know. So that's how they got around that. Very clever, honestly. You know.
Well, I guess they're lucky that didn't get them into trouble with their bosses.
Yeah. I mean, given Universal was on board with the hiding of it, that's probably why. It's more they're lucky it didn't get them in trouble with the investors, you know.
Enhanced vision.
Is she really attacking my tank with a recon?
Yes.
Why?
AI moment. She tried! She could just use the artillery, but she had to sacrifice her recon.
Yeah, I don't understand. Of course, she had to make sure she saved an action to attack the APC with.
Yeah. Wouldn't be otherwise.
That is a lot of... That is a lot of stuff.
Yeah. For once, her fog of war vision is coming in handy. Keyword for once. On the penultimate mission, I tried using Sammy for a few reasons, only to just give up and use Max, and Max was infinitely better for that mission. Still took me 50 turns, though.
I mean, generally speaking, isn't Max just infinitely better, period?
Yes. My strategy on the final mission is gonna be combining broken COs. Because I have Panbai as one and I plan on using Eagle as the other, but like actually using his CO power. Rather than what he showed you, you know?
Right. I mean, Eagle, despite the weirdness where he probably didn't attack the best targets, he at least used it to attack targets. Half the time everyone else uses it and then ends their turn.
Yeah. And since his whole point is a blitzkrieg air superiority, you know, I feel like that could very much come in handy in the final mission. If I have to, I'll change it to Max for my other CO that isn't Kanbai, but we'll have to see how the strategy plays out, you know.
Alright. I don't remember if I did enough damage here. I guess we'll see if the recon does enough damage. Because I can't remove it away without losing sight. Yeah, okay, it's good. So now I can hide this medium tank.
This is a very strange turn of wit training. Yeah, we're playing a war game as our wit training.
It's that summer camp event with the gold ship, and I forget who else was playing with her.
Oh god. At least it's not the gold ship bowling event that everyone hates.
Hey, bowling?
Bowling, as in like basketball. Like the one where she plays basketball and then supposedly ruins her mood no matter what.
I don't remember that one. She's got a bunch of like other mood downs, but I don't remember a fastball one.
Basketball,
Oh,
not fastball.
Basketball? Still don't remember that one.
Of course, gold ship gives you all the mood down events. She's just a troll after all.
Well, everyone's got multiple mood down events. Hers just have,
Makes
like,
sense.
strange stuff, like saying she's defending the city from aliens or something. I'm not sure.
And then there was... I still really like Track Blazers events, because they're just... Everyone goes cuckoo. I'm not gonna give up on the muffin thing. Just because you enabled that in that one. Muffin!
Yep.
That was funny.
Wow, that recon, it's not having a good time.
She's trying her best. Sami Karoi T-Tongue. I feel like Sami would fall on the gremlin, yeah. Which...
Is she small enough for it, though?
I think she's not. She's taller than some members of cast, but she's still like not as tall as Nell, for instance. But she's only taller than Andy, and that's because Andy's their little kid.
I'm getting so much mileage out of these rockets and the battleship just sitting here.
Yeah. You said my battleship. I'm not sure, Carissa.
Haven't seen it, but if there's anything with it, it would probably be the final boss.
If anything, I feel like it might be one of the altered terrains when you use Olaf's Blizzard. Just remember that alters every terrain defensively.
Feels strange that the defense indicator goes up to 5 stars.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just... For this game, it just gives a number, though.
If I had to guess, it might be altered terrain from Blizzard, but that's a guess, you know. Because remember, Blizzard alters every terrain. That's so circumstantial. Oh my!
Yeah, this is a few things.
Hey, they got an APC they're using. Well, that was overkill on that recon.
Yeah, well, I had to get him out of the way, and I didn't want to die the enemy for it.
Yeah. I'm surprised it didn't merge into max.
Yeah, I mean, why would I? Because that one out front is definitely dead, so why would I let them kill all 4 with one shot?
Fair enough. I actually used the merging to great advantage on that mission I played earlier tonight. This one's 15, right?
16. So we have
tanks. Tanks. That's all.
Yeah, we got a fair amount of work left to do. Especially with as much firepower as she's throwing at the bottom section.
Somehow I don't think you're gonna get an S rank on this one. Dual Strike was the first game to award different medals based on your rank in each map. Similar to how Days of Ruin does it. Dual Strike also has a couple, not required 100%, but bonus maps for the War Room if you insert Advance Wars 1 or 2 in the slot 2 of the DS. Gives you 2 maps per game. I just want a new Advance Wars. Dual Strike and Days of Ruin being remastered would be cool, but I just wanted Advance Wars. Might be versus mode maps, but I just know there's an old save.
Yeah, there's always War Groove.
Yeah. I just know there's an old save bonus for slot 2ing. For putting Advance Wars 1 and 2 respectively in the slot 2 of the DS. Because that was a thing a lot of games like doing, you know? Pokemon, for instance, had that to transfer Pokemon between games.
Rip that neck.
I love everyone's little expressions in this game. They're so full of character.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, 14.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. How's that work?
I guess the bases and stuff also count.
Maybe. Let's see. Because we have 2, 4,
10.
6. Yeah, it looks like the seaports also can. So there's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so everything counts. Which means
You gotta hold on for dear life then.
so yeah, she has 14 because she controls all of this. So as long as I stop her from taking anything like on this side, then it's not gonna be
on the island, basically.
Islands plural. But yeah. As long as I do that, then like she won't win.
Luckily, you only need 3 more.
Well, 4 more. So if I take all these in the seaport, then it's over.
Yeah. You have 1 to spare as well. basically.
Yeah, I guess if I take the seaport on the lower island, but like that one's contested, so it's unlikely that I will.
Yeah. As long as I keep her from getting it.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my power here. Doesn't
You've
do
gone
much.
too far this time, Sonia.
Doesn't do too much to boost the non-infantry, but
Double time.
It's something.
yeah, I'll take the
Hey, you need
small
dialogue.
boost. Yeah. So I gotta get these guys out of my face.
Yeah, they gave it depending on opposing CO and story progress. Which is nice. Need a little touch. And it's usually depending on if the character knows the other, basically. You know.
Right.
Which, I remember one time Intelligent Systems said they wanted to make a new Advance Wars, but they were trying to figure out how to make the relationships flow like FE would. Like character stories and stuff, but a lot of people point out that that already exists in the series, so them saying that was just a cop-out to not do anything with the series. Cause like Advance Wars does also run on the same thing FE does, of like Guy A knows Guy B knows Gal C, Gal C's boyfriend with Guy B, you know. Guy A, I mean, you get the point.
Yeah.
And then Gal D is Guy B's cousin, that sort of thing. Like, I know a guy knows a guy. Like that's part of why people point out that their logic for not making a new Advance Wars until they figured that out what didn't really hold. They said that around the same time as the first Fire Emblem Warriors too. Because it literally came the same day we found out Fire Emblem Warriors 1 would be just Fateslandia slash Ulysse slash Arcanea. Like, the news broke on the exact same day, so I was like, this is both the most cursed and blessed day for Intelligent Systems fans. Days of Ruin was actually released in Japan as a DS Fireware exclusive in the 3DS era. It was called Famicom Wars Lost Light there. But yeah, this series is cursed. Advance Wars 1 and 2 released in Japan around the same time because of 9/11. Because the first game actually came out on 9/10. Oops. You know. Like, the first game came out on 9/10/2001. Given what the next day would bring, yeah. But
well,
like, Advance Wars Days of Ruin was
known.
localized in Japan. It was just after the 3DS had launched as a DSiWare exclusive for Club Nintendo. And then, of course, this game got delayed. Yeah. Battalion Wars got off a bit better because that's far more serious as a game. They were gonna do Battalion Wars free on Wii U, but it got shot down.
There's more to combat than Enhanced vision
But yeah, that's why Call of Duty is afraid to do some of the stories they used to, for instance, you know. Current climate makes it hard. Also, you still here, Kroy?
Yeah.
Just figure you don't have anything to say.
Yeah, not really. I'm not familiar with a lot of the war stuff.
Yeah. Just unfortunate real life events basically caused a lot of stuff to go wrong for this series, you know?
Yeah, but nothing for him. It's not like they knew.
Yeah.
It's a lot of rockets.
But like, given the current climate of the world, like some other series, like again Call of Duty, are just, you know, afraid to say it how it is anymore. Which, that's a thing I like Ace Combat for, because Ace Combat uses the constructive world for its stuff, you know. So it's allowed, because it uses a constructive world, it's basically allowed to be more political without getting into real politics, you know.
I mean, it's... technically similar here. It's like obvious XPs, but at the same time,
Yeah.
it's not like it's that similar.
Yeah. Because, like, plus Ace Combat's whole point is, like, explicitly they have, its politics are very different, yet very similar to real life. Hence why the world is called Strange Real. Yeah, Advance Wars doesn't have politics at all, let's be real. Because, like, the country, it's implied they used to in this game, but ever since the layer games, they just all team up against a common enemy. The Battalion Wars spin-offs actually do have actual politics involved in them. Battalion Wars is also really weird because it's like an RTS third-person shooter hybrid. You switch between multiple people RTS style, but like multiple factions and commanders and stuff. But like you're over the shoulder playing like a third-person shooter otherwise. Just here playing as more than just one person. Well, that's actually because they explained that one, Carissa. They're different continents. This one's Cosmo Land, the one in Advance Wars 2 is Macro Land, the one in Advance Wars Dual Strike is Omega Land. They actually explained this.
Hidden hit points is definitely a weird thing. It seems kind of pointless.
Yeah.
I guess you have to remember what they were at, but otherwise it's like, but why?
Yeah. It just basically said that the countries have actual territories on 2 different continents. So, it's weird. Anyways, thanks for having me on, by the way, Karoy, even if you don't know what to say.
No, it's no problem at all. It's fun to have someone to chat with every now and again.
Yeah.
Mom's definitely having some issues with the amount of rockets she's bringing in.
Oh, one of my friends in their server posted a picture of their cat in a basket. Cute.
Cats do enjoy boxes and box-like objects.
Yep. And for that, I'm gonna redeem a Sneak Kitty. I believe it's only been 9 turns on this map.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a very large spammy army.
Yeah. One of the few maps where Sonya actually knows what she's doing with her CO power.
Well, sort of. It's more like she just has overwhelming numbers, more than anything.
Yeah. Which seaport are you gonna grab, since you need to grab at least one? And honestly, I think the one that you said was contested earlier is looking less contested now.
Only because I can't see into the fog of war where the 2 other rockets are sitting.
Fair enough. But at least now is where Sammy's CO passive kicks in. Since you're damaged on that, it makes it easier to see. Makes it easier to see the fact that because like normally it would still be 2 turns, but here it elevates some of the pain of it potentially being 3 turns.
Yeah, technically saves the 1 turn, I guess.
Yeah. Well, 3 or 4 turns depending on how damaged you are. Such a weird passive, honestly. Time for mech spam? You got the funds.
Well, they wouldn't be relevant if I did that, though. Because if I just spam them back at my base...
Probably could just save up for a better ship then.
Well, I might still need infantry, but if I build a lander here, I can only afford like one mech. It's probably not gonna be super helpful, but we can at least put a body in the way if they try to chase the seaport.
Oh, that's a sub. It's a Subway sandwich.
That's why I put the lander there to block it.
Oh,
Makes sense. Looks like she's finally starting to run out of forces, given she used her slightly defeated and slightly losing log, you know.
Yeah, she definitely has a lot more landers and units than I did.
Yeah.
So it's no wonder this is so spammy.
here I come. Double time.
Just gonna use it full send.
Well, because I want the extra damage here on all this stuff, since I'm not...
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm not able to do like a one-shot on that normally, and then this sub is damaged, so we're still not gonna actually sink the battleship. But it should be enough to stop it from doing anything significant. Hooray! Recon actually getting to do something and kill something. Don't see that every day.
No, you don't. Recon's the only useful in this mode anyways. And that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, I've occasionally built recons for other reasons, but usually just because of the movement. I've had a few Days of Ruin maps where having that 8 movement is actually something that mattered, but it has to be on a very road-heavy map.
Makes sense.
Otherwise, their damage matchup is really bad.
Yeah, they're mainly just anti-infantry, but when you gotta use infantry in outside of like early game, you know.
Even in the
except for
early
season.
game, like even in the early game, if you're getting the initiation, at least with the way Days of Ruin is balanced, I'm not sure how recons do in the previous games, but like the problem with the Days of Ruin ones is that even if they get a jump on the mech, cash-wise, the mechs still do more damage back on the counterattack than what the recon causes.
Yeah, that is what it does here.
Yeah,
It's only base infantry that it works on.
right. So it's just not a good trade-off a lot of the time.
Yeah. It's not like And again, they have, just like how airs in this game have hard counters, which are generally cheaper than the air units are. But air units are kind of worth the trade-off, honestly.
Yeah, to an extent. Wow, it's very
Just one more needed.
Yep, she's gonna use.
Enhanced vision.
We're just going back and forth spamming the CO powers because they charge so fast.
Yeah. The final boss's CO power charges very slowly. In Advance Wars 2, it's also his only CO power because it's his tier 2 to begin with. Which makes sense, you know, because final boss. The final boss of Dual Strike had a lackluster CO power compared to the previous game's main villains. Because, like... yeah, it's very absurd.
Got her. I like how they decide... With Days of Ruin, they decide that Calder shouldn't even have one just because his aura is so stupidly strong already.
Yeah. It's mainly because the main villain of Dual Strike was very lackluster compared to the main villain of Advance Wars 1 and 2. And even the secondary villain of Advance Wars 2.
Oh, it's Tabitha's CO power. Funny thing is,
Von Bold has a better theme, but he's definitely an underwhelming final boss. At the very least, he scolds the main character of Dual Strike, because Dual Strike's main character speaks in 80s, 90s slang. So, like, at one point he calls him a hipster and says, your hipster speak is hurting my head. Get out of here while you can still walk.
you see.
And that's the final boss fight start. It's hilarious. Should be known that the main villain of 1 and 2 is basically a Darth Vader X-Spy. So that being said, why would Von Bold is basically an Emperor X-Spy? You know. Makes sense, right?
I guess if IS is obsessed with Star Wars.
That's part of why Advance Wars by Web literally included the Empire as a faction, basically.
I mean, I feel like it would be the first obvious fan edition, regardless of if there was any obvious XPs in the main games.
Yeah.
It's just too low-hanging fruit. Someone would just immediately do it.
Yeah, true. Hey, at least it's not like GDI or not or something.
Do I look this goofy Potter Days of Ruin serious plot more? I don't know. Cause like, yeah, the Advance Wars 1 plot is just so nothing right now. But
it's gonna be goofy, but the 2 and Dual Strike plots have more going on.
Days of Ruin tries a little too hard. Like it's, I don't know, there's a lot of like really anime stuff in it anyway, despite trying to be more serious, and I don't think it quite works, I guess. But I think I would...
Yes, Japanese war game has anime moments.
I think I would still prefer... At least as far as Advance War 1's plot versus Days of Ruins, I think I would prefer Days of Ruins, because at least... Seems like it tells more of a story, but I'll have to see what happens with the rest of this first.
Yeah, the Wars World trilogy got better with 2 and 3. Yeah, Capture Challenge. It's a false flag operation, basically, is the main plot of this game.
Yeah, Victory Challenge was capture 16 properties. So far, Advance Wars 1's plot is just being everyone is fighting because it's funny. They're trying to hint
There is actual reason for it. That's why Sonya and Grit were talking earlier.
Yeah, they're not so subtly hinting at there being a man behind the whole thing, but it's still very, very much everyone's fighting because they want to.
Yeah.
Especially Canby and Olaf are just like way too ready to do it. I don't think they need a reason.
Yeah, Olaf just was being played for fools, as they said, as well. And Canby's just an idiot.
Even outside of being played for a fool, he seems like he's just itching to pick a fight.
Luckily,
Impressive.
Advance Wars 2 fixes that. He mellows out between games.
Well, we'll see. Impressive. You're much stronger than I remember you back in the academy.
See?
Of course, any good soldier improves over time. But your basic abilities haven't really changed all that much, have they? In an area with several properties to capture, your skills are admittedly adequate, but you're so poor at managing direct vehicle combat. Indirect confrontation, you would move your infantry in and seize the enemy HQ. That's what you're best at, isn't it? Sonya, ever since we were classmates, you've always been good at breaking everything down and analyzing it. But what are you doing, Sonya? Why did you attack us? I can't tell you yet, Sammy. For now, it would be better if you looked at this small portable monitor.
Here's one of my favorite scenes in the game.
Well, Sammy doesn't let me touch the good tools, and Max just holds them up above my head.
Huh?
That's Andy! What's going on here?
Uh-huh.
I told him I had some new tools for him, and he followed me like a lost puppy. Oh, Andy. I left him talking to a recording. You should be almost done by now. See you around. Wait, come back! Dang it!
He's talking to a recording, not realizing it's a recording is the joke.
Of course. I mean, she basically just explained the joke.
Yeah.
She's gone. Poor Andy. Hang on, I'm on my way. Like,
Sonya.
Sammy,
There's a reason they chose Veronica Taylor to voice him.
Well, we still did very good for speed. Sammy, there's no saving Andy, I'm sorry. He's a lost cause.
I'm glad they voiced that line in this version, the "What's an airport" meme. They also voiced the indirect bombers meme line from the next game.
Look who's here!
So that's funny, they voiced the more meme-tastic lines, you know? Yeah.
I mean, any good remaster or remake knows to play to their older fans, so they'd be
Just
fools
like how
not
the infamous, just like how the infamous truck in Pokemon Gen 1 ended up being a real thing in Fire Underneath Green. Just not me, it's a lava cookie underneath the truck.
My favorite tool is the wrench, obviously. They have this really great feature. The feature where you can turn it, Andy? Yes, very interesting. Please tell me more.
Yeah.
Really? That's awesome! Sammy and Max never want to listen to me go on and on about tools. They say it puts them to sleep.
Like I said, she knew what he was gonna say.
You're so funny, Andy. Where did you learn so much about tools? I mean, these are like very generic responses. This is basically the Sonya equivalent of opening a fortune cookie.
Yeah, exactly.
Andy, please.
He's following hook, line, and sinker.
I mean, look, Jirate, I said Andy was a lost cause, and I mean it. Well, I grew up around tools. My parents fix up old junkers, so me and my sisters all learned. Of course, of course. What about your friends? Well, Sammy doesn't let me touch the good tools, and Max just holds them up above my head. Fascinating. Tell me more. Beep. Recording powering down. Wait, what are you saying? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Andy. Shall we begin our battle now? I'm starting to think you might be lying about those new tools. Just
lost cause.
Just starting, Andy, really. Andy stops tooling around
a line from
and takes on Sonia's last test.
Tooling around.
They couldn't help themselves, I guess.
It reminds me of a line from the Ratchet and Clank series where Dr. Nefarious lured Captain Quark to a trap at the start of All for One by luring him with the concept of an award called the Intergalactic Tool of Justice.
You see. Why do we have to battle, Sonia? I thought we were getting along pretty well. That was just a recording of my voice, Andy, to keep you distracted. No, let's begin your test. I'm not so great at tests. I like how he doesn't even say anything to the recording. He's like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Nell says it's my poor attention span.
Or Dragon Quest puns. Dragon Quest has a lot of puns too.
These give you the same feeling as Ace Attorney, but yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on the... Yeah. I guess it depends on the character, but yeah, I think Ace Attorney definitely has some, like, real groaners.
There's one in the 6th game that makes fun of itself. How long could this name be more pompous than... How could this name be any longer more pompous than it already is, Kyrian the Bird?
Why are you now imagining an Advance Wars attorney?
That just sounds like even more weird shit than Ace Attorney does.
Yeah, I mean... Honestly... The Advance Wars main characters would probably be the least weird of some of their clients.
True. But like...
Are we
Dragon Quest puns as well.
Are we committing crimes against war? War and everything else, apparently. Yeah, I don't... I'm trying to remember... I'm sure there were some puns in 11, but like that's literally the only Dragon Quest I've played, so... I can't remember
11 has the Sham Hat Witch as an early game enemy, for instance. And then it has a lot of callbacks to other ones and later in like Benevolence for Dragon Quest 9 or the Liar of Ire from 1.
Not
like,
sure if
Dragon
I
Quest
remember any
loves
of
their
that.
puns.
Yeah. Just not sure I remember any of that.
Because like they have enemies like hijinks, genies, and like in Dragon Quest 6 and for them.
Oh, for the... It's not that kind of test, Andy. Well, I'm not gonna share my great facts about wrenches now. Let's do this! Well, you can tell he's really mad because of that now. Look what you've done, Sonia. You shouldn't have done that.
But yeah, like in Advance Wars, but yeah, like Dragon Quest puns are hilarious. Like one of my personal favorites that actually comes from Dragon Quest Builders 2, where it's not thrown at you immediately. Chapter 2 of Builders 2 requires you to build up a golem to gold, and you have to make 3 bars of bronze, silver, and gold, respectively. And the golem's named Goldilocks, so you get Goldilocks into 3 bars. Not only that, but then there's one story arc in Dragon Quest 9 revolves around Jack of all trades trying to become the master of none. Yes, that one. Yeah, Dragon Quest loves their puns. Like, even in the Japanese version, the spell names are onomatopoeia, which they translate to English as different kinds of onomatopoeia. Just a weird series. Like, especially when it tries getting serious multiple times, you know? Because, like, it can get serious. You've played 11, you've seen the more serious parts of the story.
Yeah, it's one of those... It's one of those things where I feel like it's somewhat difficult to take things that involve Toriyama too seriously.
You mean just because of his art style?
I mean, part of his art style, but he seems to constantly be getting in with projects that are just that wacky.
Yeah. Just that Dragon Quest does know how to play it seriously when it wants to, is the point. Because like 5, for instance, is one of the fan favorites because it gets very effed up, you know.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Up to and including an I must scream moment, like where the characters are turned into statues, but won't, and have to see the world go to crap, but they're all the while powerless to stop it because they're statues.
Show me what you can do.
Here's your last test, Andy. Show me what you can do.
But yeah, the Ratchet & Clank Intergalactic Tool of Justice thing, after the end of the first mission, Quark says, I'm starting to think there is no Intergalactic Tool of Justice award. And the response from Ratchet is apt, ladies and gentlemen, you're president. and then later in the game, even after it's been proven to be a joke trap set by Nefarious, that he still thinks it's real. And mentions it multiple times throughout the game. I love the faces, the goofy little faces and the portraits. Wait for it did well with them. But to be fair, it's way forward. They're very good at their animations.
He's still looking so smug. Yeah, just in general. Yeah, they're great at animations.
Because like River City Girls, Shawnee, even as far back as their Game Boy Color games, they were really good at it. You know?
Yeah.
Because they got their start on the Game Boy Color, and then they really knew how to make a good game even back then.
Yeah, I encountered their games fairly late. The first one I played from them was Double Dragon Neon.
That's a great game.
Played that one to death.
It's funny too, considering that Arxis hasn't really done much with Double Dragon or River City good by themselves. But every time they let WayForward touch a Double Dragon or River City game, it's better than their attempts. Because Arxis technically owns the properties for both after buying out Technos.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
like, it's just that they've tried doing their own River City and Double Dragon games, and they're all very hit or miss. There's only been like 2 good ones by Arxis, so more often than not, they just let us wait for and take care of them. Which is how we got River City Girls 1 and 2. And 0, which was actually a re-release of a very dark River City game that was Japan only on the Super Nintendo. But it had new animations for the remaster. To tie it into River City Girls.
Surprise. As an opponent, Andy's not half bad.
The sheer disrespect for Andy.
Yeah. Not that bad. I mean, he is meant to be the star of the character for a reason.
Yeah.
Like, he's just good at everything, but not, he's a jack of all, master of none. Yeah, best way to describe it. Oh, scratch. Just flesh wound. Oh. Helicopter. And of course, this one doesn't have funds, if I recall, because none of these missions do. Oh, hello there, Palmer! Yeah, now would be a good time to hyper repair, it looks like.
What is... Do missiles only have 5 range in this game?
Yeah. Unless you're playing max, of course.
That's annoying. I'm used to Days of Ruins having 6, so that makes them significantly less helpful.
Well, at least artillery does. Missiles is... I'm not sure how far missiles range is, but I think it's more.
Cruise, or no, that's Battleship. I was like, in cruisers can't attack air, but no, that's not true. This one, I was just selecting the wrong unit, but... Yeah, definitely... The range being less on the missiles compared to Days of Ruin is annoying here, because this bomber is exactly out of range then.
Yeah. Pew pew!
Yeah, definitely that's the thing that like I'm really feeling with this game. It feels like it's got inferior unit balance.
I mean, yeah, because it was the first time they were focusing on CO powers. Because prior to this, games would constantly lead to stalemates, even with CO passives in Super Famicom Wars. Like, the reason why CO powers were even invented was to not lead to stalemates. Because they were too balanced, which led to... They were either too balanced to the point of wars of attrition, or they were heavily lopsided towards one side to a fault. CO powers being able to tip the scales in your favor regardless of map balance was done on purpose, you know? To avoid the long wars of attrition issue. Hi, Bomber. Well, now you can get one of those. That cruiser, at least.
Well, sort of. Well, I guess technically more than sort of, but killing the cruiser is not that helpful compared to that bomber getting away.
Yeah. Is the battlecopter able to fly over to the bomber?
The battlecopter can't attack the bomber.
Right. Because it's not a land. Only fighters can do that, I forgot. Not gonna hyper repair.
No, I am. It's just I'm trying to figure out what to do with. This cruiser is probably still gonna be too weak even with the hyper repair.
Probably. And of course, there are no seaports to refill.
Hyper repair!
Yeah,
I don't know why I'm fighting.
That's another reason. I prefer like rigs over the APCs too. Is that if this were Days of Ruin, I could come over here and build a temp seaport.
Yeah, they're basically like the rigs are basically like the mobile bases with Command and Conquer, if I recall, right?
No, they just have one specific thing they can do. They can do a temp airport or a temp seaport, and then their metal is used up.
Gotcha. So they're not like just the deployable bases.
Yeah. I guess if I shoot this up, this would take it down to like 40%. So this might just stop it from being anything particularly threatening anymore.
Probably. Still lose your best chance against it though.
Well, otherwise I can't really do anything other than hide it and hope for like 3 more hyper repairs, which seems like a silly thing
Unlikely.
to hope for.
You're more likely to run out of fuel than that happening, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it survived somehow.
Yeah. Well, I didn't think it was gonna die, but it was definitely...
Gonna hang on by a thread, yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely gonna get too hurt to actually be useful after that.
Let's see if it attacks the APC at least.
Well, that's sort of the idea here, is to lure it into the APC with the subs here hidden, so it should interrupt it.
Yeah.
See if that actually ends up being the case.
I feel like the AI is not gonna fall for that.
Nah, I mean, if it sees the APC, it should fall for it. It's something I've pretty commonly done with, like, Days of Ruin AI, too.
Yeah. APC, the AI's hatred of the APC is eternal.
Yeah, just like, Well, Days of Ruin, they don't go for rigs as readily, but it's gonna have a similar concept. Just put something out in the open they want to kill and then hide something behind it.
Yeah.
Or hide a sub in front of it, or...
After I finish Reboot Camp, I'm probably gonna play Dual Strike myself. Now that I'm playing Reboot Camp again. Just so I can finish the trilogy myself, you know?
Right.
I see right through your plan.
I heard horror stories about the
I guess my sub's probably getting
bombed.
bombed. She's full on her power now.
Yeah.
Well, either my sub or my battleship.
At least she's using the artillery against your infantry. Wasting that. You sunk my battleship.
Oh, he fell for it, or she fell for it anyway.
Oh, she did, okay.
She used her steel powers so she could see stuff, and she walked into it anyway. What?
That is hilarious. Eat rock. Sadly, this is not Tellius, so you're eating missile, not rock. Still tasty dessert, though. Functional diet requires a healthy dose of rock.
Yeah, we have to find the battleship that's up here. Let's see. So it was in range of this, so...
If I recall, it's behind one of the reefs. But don't quote me, because I played this map 3 years ago when the game came out.
Well, I prefer to figure it out myself anyway. So, no hints, please.
Sorry. Besides, it was kind of obvious, let's be real.
There are plenty of spots it could be, because it could hit here and it could hit here.
Yeah.
So it could be as far back as like here.
I just don't remember which one it was, you know. I actually genuinely don't remember.
Well, it's definitely in a reef, otherwise we'd see it.
Yeah. Mission 23 is... I'm looking forward to see how you tackle that mission, honestly. Because that's the one I was stumped on and quit the game for 3 years with.
Yeah. Oh, I should have... Silly, I should have moved this chopper up, but I guess at least I can still see it with my own tank.
Nice.
I'm definitely not used to the fog going away, compared to Days of Ruin where when you reveal it, it stays for the phase until... and then it goes away.
Oh, so it works like Fire Emblem Fog in that game.
Thracia Fog, I think, it was compared to.
Oh, Frasier fog. I thought it'd be closer like GBA fog where it goes away gradually.
No, because you reveal in Days of Ruin, you reveal along a path, and it stays
Oh,
revealed.
so it is like Frasier fog where it just doesn't even tell you the path.
Right, well, it stays revealed. So like your unit goes past and it reveals stuff, and your unit doesn't have to
Gotcha.
stay there. If your unit leaves, then whatever you saw still remains visible. And then when the phase ends, then the fog comes back.
Gotcha. So it's at least more tolerable than Frasier fog.
And
Yeah,
sort
good
of.
enough.
I mean, it's similar because of the along the path revealing.
Yeah. But it sounds like if you have a good enough memory, it's not as big of a pain.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's less of a pain because it stays revealed, right? So that you can still target
Yeah.
stuff. Because, like, you know, I moved away on the T copy here, so I couldn't see the tank anymore. If it was Days of Ruin, this tank would stay revealed without needing to move this tank back.
Yeah. I'm just thinking like this Frasier fog, once it's unrevealed, once it's back to being unrevealed, you can't check the tile stats for defensive properties anymore.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, hiding the terrain is a bit weird with Facia, but that's what it is. What it is. It's an old Fog of War quirk, I guess.
Yeah. I'm glad they changed that with GBA.
Alright, well.
Oh, she's trying to capture. And she's retreating that tank, I guess.
Yeah, so if the battleship was here, because we're revealed, it would have fired at our mechs, so it's gotta be this one. Ugh. The chopper can't... I guess the chopper can attack and interrupt this.
But since it didn't kill, that means the mech can't go to the mountain to see. If your Fury's right with the Reef, you know. Definitely that one, yeah.
But then why did it attack my mech?
Weird.
Yeah, that definitely makes no sense to me.
This is just the unfortunate reality of AI strategy games, let's be real.
Suppose so. Alright, we're gonna move.
Oh yeah, did you? Peter Jackson announced they're making a sequel to the Lord of the Rings trilogy today. Like a proper sequel, not The Hobbit.
Damn it, I did it to myself again by moving away. Although I guess this artillery also can't see the recon without her using her power, so... But I'd rather attack with the anti-air because they'll deal more damage.
Yeah. Yeah, they announced a new Lord of the Rings called Shadows of the Past. And Stephen Colbert is gonna be writing it because he's a longtime Tolkien fan himself.
That's...
Like, he's always... But Peter Jackson's back directing and apparently has the original cast and crew of the original trilogy rather than the Hobbit one.
wonder about that.
They announced it just today, basically. Yeah,
Okay.
Stephen Colbert has always been a bit of a Tolkien nerd. It's just that you won't get that from like the Colbert Report, you know. Which is why people all think that he's actually could do a good job. But Peter Jackson, of course, he's the reason why the first trilogy was so beloved, so...
Yeah, but also, like, The Hobbit was a thing.
He was barely involved in that one, if I recall. Huh. Then where is this? Where is this battleship?
I know she's got one hanging out over here, but... Feels like that's not the one we're looking for. But, like, this entire left side is clear, so I don't know how we got shelled on both this side and this side.
Maybe her CO power had something to do with it.
Unless... Unless it was over here and then... the battleship was hidden, like, here. Because that would have just
Maybe it
enough
was
reach.
hidden on the right side.
It'd have to be, like, right up against here, though. Otherwise...
Yeah, but that's why more people are... Yeah, Czar, I agree, but that's also why more people are excited for, well, at least from what I've seen, more people are more hopeful with Stephen Colbert since he's a giant Tolkien nut himself. Whereas all the bad post-trilogy adaptations tend to not be from people who take know Tolkien stuff very well.
I mean, wasn't Shadows of Mordor supposedly written by Tolkien fans? And that's, very, From what I've seen of that game...
beloved, actually.
No... Really? Because from what I've seen, that is a horribly disrespectful game.
Yeah, it's actually very beloved. Like, a lot of people really like the Nemesis system from it.
I have many questions, then.
Part of why people are upset with the cancellation of the Wonder Woman game was because it was going to use the Nemesis system since Shadow Wars, not Shadow of Mordor, and then it just didn't. And yeah, Shadow War is the main one. Because Shadow War just goes like, what if we turn the giant spider from the films into a beautiful lady?
Shadows of Mordor, so War was the meme, but I mean, yeah, supposedly the War one was written by fans, and it, yeah, see how that turned out, right? So, I don't know. I think that qualification doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be good.
It doesn't, but I would still be more hopeful if someone knows the source material than if they don't.
This is annoying.
There's been Lord of the Rings RTSs at least. The Battle for Middle-earth games, which are spin-offs of Command & Conquer. Wait, that's Star Wars? Also not an SRPG, but we do have Empire at War.
Can't do this. I don't want to sack the anti-air, but like, this artillery needs to go.
Yeah. I see you still don't have access to another hyper repair.
Nope. His ability takes forever to charge, so...
Yeah, especially compared to Sammy and Max's.
And that mech will come down and finish it off. Yep.
Hopefully there's no air vehicles. What I mean? I couldn't tell you. And even if I did, I wouldn't, you know? Two more turns, yay! At least for that capture.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really doing anything for us anyway, but... Okay, at least we can see the stupid battleship.
I always thought subs fighting underwater was dumb. It makes sense, but it makes it also hard to pinpoint them in a route mission, you know?
Mm-hmm. Makes for one of those scenarios where there's a unit hiding in the back corner of the map or whatever.
Yeah. Or just anywhere, since you can't see them unless you're directly next to them if they're underwater. Why didn't she attack with the mech to the recon?
She needed to scout it. So
That makes sense.
she used the mech to scout it and then fired with the battleship.
That makes sense. Yeah, they're definitely playing a lot more fair with Fog of War in this version. One more turn and you can start using that mech to heal ammo. Well, there's something going on up top, I think.
Not quite.
Almost had that.
Yeah, wanted a high roll to see if I could use a copter to sketch, but I guess here's what it is.
Yeah.
See if anything else opens fire, but I would expect there to be no other battleships.
Hopefully.
Everyone's definitely starting to run out of fuel over there.
Yep. Luckily you got the APC coming to refill.
It's gonna be a few turns though.
Right,
You'll probably-
it has some fun.
It'll probably be faster just to capture this and then have someone sit on it.
True.
Found a fighter. There's no way this missiles gets in range in a timely manner.
Nope. Since it's a fighter, it can take out your helicopter.
Yeah, I guess I could use the chopper as a way to lure it in.
Get to the chopper!
Although she doesn't even know it's there, so she's just hanging out.
Cat to you too, Kirby.
Maybe like 3 turns before we can even get far enough forward.
What about the battleship?
For what?
For hitting the fighter.
Battleship has no anti-air capabilities.
I always forget what does what, in case it wasn't obvious.
Yeah, we also found a rocket, huh? Right. Gonna have to bring... Well, I guess we bring the tank back and just start shooting it up. Actually, the fighter's vision shouldn't be able to pick up the chopper if I use it to finish this off.
Oh, we're getting goddess dance with the supply chain. The APC will supply like goddess dance.
Yeah.
That'll be funny. That poor free person mech.
Yeah.
Number of enemy troops?
Imagine if you took the time to seize everything on this map instead of routing it.
It would take a while.
Yeah. This is already taking a while, just because it's Fog of War.
Yeah, I might just end up seizing the headquarters instead of trying to kill that last fighter at this point.
It'd be funny. Besides, that fighter is probably gonna run out of ammo at some point. Feel, I mean.
Yeah, 34 is still quite a bit. Actually, I might be able to set up something really stupid. I kind of want to do it because we're taking it forever anyway.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna set up a trap for the fighter.
Just like arch a Foley circle it.
Not quite. I could probably do that too, but it'll be faster to do. Just lure it out. Actually, I wonder what its sight range is. This will only work if it has a sight range of 3, otherwise I'll just sit there like an idiot.
I assume it's not gonna have high sight range because it's not a recon.
No. But I remember fighters having like slightly better sight range.
At least in Days of Ruin.
Yeah, dusters and fighters having good sight basically.
Oh. Went outfield and just stood there anyways.
And missile movement range is so bad.
It is. Their way of balancing how strong it is in other ways.
I mean, it's not even that strong, really. It's an extremely niche unit. They can barely ever get into position. Like, compared to regular anti-airs,
Yeah.
it's just typically not very good. Nope.
Just capture everything!
Apparently there was more than just a fighter left.
Oh. Tank. Didn't see that coming. That just means we're on a race to see if we can capture the base first or if the fuel runs out first, I guess, then.
Yeah, or if I set up the trap so it'll kill itself.
So you saw we got Squirrel, you're not gonna be a Mogus.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you didn't capture the one in the middle island.
Yeah, I guess I could've.
He worked so hard to get there.
I guess. But at this point, it's probably not doing much.
No, but he worked so hard to capture it.
Actually, no, I don't even have to lure it out at this point. It's just sitting there waiting to get sniped.
He's just standing there menacingly. Plus, he's only got 10 fuel left.
I guess we'll load up this infantry in case there's some other guy hiding in a corner in the top left or something.
Could just wait for it to run out of fuel at this point. Would just kill it.
There is apparently someone else hiding.
Oh.
I'm all ripped.
I guess we might just seize the base after all.
Hyper repair.
Yep. I don't know what there would be that's left. But
Low map.
I guess if it comes out, then that's basically.
If we knew what enemy placements were, it'd probably be faster.
Yeah.
But this is a blind playthrough, so.
Either the unit comes out and lets us kill it, or we capture the base. It really doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah.
No, it's probably like a rocket hiding in the woods or something.
Probably. We have wait 2 more turns. Turn 21! I don't know what it could be.
Yeah, if it was a sub, it would have self-destructed by now.
Yeah. And GG.
Yeah, I'm gonna check just out of curiosity. There's like very few spots left that we haven't scouted. We might as well before we get out.
Okay. Just like those 2 mountains, those 2 forests.
We found. It was literally a tank that was sitting there, otherwise not acting.
Gonna kill it?
Yeah, I'm gonna beat it up.
So much for the seas.
Yeah. We seize in spirit. Either that or there's another unit we haven't found yet and I'm just gonna seize.
Super rare stealth tank.
Alright, Sonia, it's time for some answers. Why have you been attacking us? All will be revealed in due time, Sammy. But first, Sandy's assessment. My what now? You don't have any weak points. Aside from your brain. I knew it! I'm
True.
amazing! But you don't have any special strengths either. However, that in itself is your special strength.
It's quite simple.
You just keep moving and then you repair the mistakes you make. As things get rough, Max and Sammy show up to help you out. Of course, that's the key I was missing.
Oh, come on!
Hey, don't you ignore me!
No.
Sammy, very soon you and your friends are going to face a foe of unimaginable ferocity. Take care of each other and prepare for rough seas ahead.
Huh?
How do you know this? That's not your concern, or is it something I can reveal? Just heed my warning. It was good to see you again, Sammy.
Oh, come on!
Wait, Sonia! Hey, where are you going?
Is that a take or a recon? Cool.
The models being different per faction really on this map, rather than just in the combat scenes, upsets you for the readability. Yeah, I can see that. Especially like the fighters. I think I mentioned this before. The fighters for Comet they look like dusters from Days of Ruin, so it throws me, even though there's no such unit in this game.
Funnily enough, a lot of the vehicles are based off how real life analogs for the main 4 factions. Because you got like, they have a whole list on TV tropes of like what corresponding real life vehicles each faction stuff belongs to.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of the classic video, well, I guess not just video game, media thing of just, well, why invent something from whole cloth when you can just steal something that's existing?
Yeah. As long as you don't name it, because that's licensing. That's actually the reason why old age combat games can't be remastered. is because they have to go for the plane licensing from various countries in real life. Despite the fact that it takes place in a constructed world, they can't get around that part.
She's gone again. You know the worst part of it of all? If this is about those tools, Ian, I'm gonna thump you. Hey, what did I miss?
I'm gonna find those new tools.
Okay, Andy, you do that.
I can't find those new tools!
Arknights has a bunch of blatant analogs for various countries, and the latest story update...
we were talking about that earlier.
Gonna not Russia.
We were talking about, like, non-countries earlier.
Yeah, I mean,
Look who's here.
we get that with Fire Emblem, too. Is this...
Well, let's get down with Valkyria Chronicles, where, like, the Axis is clearly the Federation, and the Axis is clearly the Empire, and the Allies is clearly the Federation.
Yeah. Blow ye winds over the morning.
These are the alternate missions for post-game, second branch.
Blow ye winds, hi-ho.
Drake, what are you doing all the way out here?
You've got to get in position. Morning there, Eagle. Why the rush? Wouldn't you rather sit back and bask in the sun a while? Bask? Are you insane? The Orange Star Army is on the move. Yeah, is that so? Surely you're joking right now. Just having a bit of fun. Be cool there, Eagle. Everything's under control. No need to rush. I've got everything set up. Now, doesn't this sun feel good? He's gone. Ah, well, guess I'd better get things underway before Eagle gets his feathers even more ruffled. Drake always finds ways to sidetrack me. He's absolutely peerless in naval combat, but sometimes I wonder.
I was gonna say, with that design, can you guess what his specialty is?
Nah, never. Alright, so...
One for each main character.
It's interesting. Apparently he can be in 3 places at once.
It's like, just like Graham was in 2 places at once earlier.
Well, we just played Andy. I don't know if I feel like playing him again, but...
I would suggest Max.
Yeah, Max... I don't know, Max sometimes feels too easy. Let's do a Sammy machine. Surely nothing will go wrong.
At the very least, if you want to double back to the other ones in post-game, remember you can.
Sammy sets sail to capture cities before Drake's troops can flood in.
Oh, another capture one.
You know, Navy flood in, you know? Ha-ha.
Yeah. He is that guy. But yeah, like... I think after I beat Evangelist 1, I'll try the alternate maps on my file. You know?
Blast it! First Gold Comet and now Green Earth. We're just trying to pass through here. Why does everyone keep attacking us? Well, Max, you know, you are bringing, like, military arms through their territory. That might be why. I didn't even know our countries had any bad blood! I'm as puzzled as you are, Max. Regardless, we're facing CO Drake now. This is gonna be rough. Why? What do you know about him? I've heard that he's virtually unstoppable in naval combat. His armada is supposed to be a real powerhouse. If he's that good, let me challenge him. I'm not afraid of anyone.
Yeah.
That's Andy for you. Measure once, cut twice. But I think I'll take the lead this time, boys. We need to secure bases as we move through this area, and it's definitely my forte. I think about 15 properties should be enough to secure our victory against Drake. You ready?
Yeah, like I think I will do the alternate maps that I didn't do once I beat the main first one, since you probably won't, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
Cause I do like 100% of games if it's feasible enough. It honestly, this game seems feasible enough as long as I don't go into the war room stuff. You know?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And even then, I might just like try to buy out the shop at some point. But that requires a money grind. There's a joke about Haji tends to lean on the fourth wall if you visit his shop. He makes a joke that he's never going to be invited to versus or online matches because of how busted he is, basically. So he's basically making a joke that he's soft banned from people playing together. You know?
Well, given the way that this game tends to treat things, it's not surprising that it's making pithy jokes like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying that you got a bunch of troops stranded on this side, but
I feel like honestly you could get at least to the final story arc tonight. Not sure if you'll beat the first game tonight though.
guess we'll see.
Now's the time.
Because you're only 6 missions to the end, so...
I need to know if Orange Star was behind those black-hearted acts. Anchors away! Ah yes, I need to know by attacking them mercilessly. It's the best way to get intelligence.
I mean, if it works for Sonya.
I mean, I don't know if it worked that well for her.
Worked better for her than it would for others, to be fair.
Perhaps.
He's smarter than the average cast member here, but that ain't saying much.
Yeah, not really.
It's damned by faint praise, basically. Load the APC. Oh yeah, I think you can do a loadception in this game. Load someone into an APC, load them into a lander.
If it's anything like Days of Ruin, you can, but there hasn't really been any reason for me to do it.
Yeah, I didn't know that until tonight because the penultimate mission had the AI do that to show it means business, you know? Which, to be fair, that is a pretty scary idea. So what? How many towns do you need to capture this time?
It's 15.
Gotcha. And that factory should definitely help too. Provided you can get it. Because I did notice this one actually had factories. Because I played the max version of this mission.
That force is gonna be really annoying.
Someone I know in another server has a picture of the OG gremlin with a gun. They just call it the trust a gun emote. Who gave the gremlin a gun?
Who indeed? Although she arguably uses stuff that's much more dangerous.
True. Plus, she is a merchant, so she could probably make a profit off it. I've shown you that gif of that I found off Reddit once of Lynn just shooting Fodder the Beast, right?
Mm-hmm. Pretty sure that's on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's on Giphy too. You just like look up Fire Emblem gifs.
Yeah, it was originally posted on Reddit because it has the username of the person who made it in the corner if you look at it. You know.
Yeah, I wasn't really keeping too much track of that.
Yeah, I use Reddit like every day, so I saw one that's brand new too. Even funnier is when... I also like that Yunaka is this greedy one. That one's funny. Is this a greedy? Because it's so varied up there, is this a pigeon meme? That reminds me, in Heroes, I really hope Yunaka's on the free day anniversary polls where they engage stuff, because I'm only one merge away from having her at plus 10. It'll be my third ever plus 10. And my second ever plus 10 premium unit. The first being Brave Mark back when he was Revelant.
No, you've never merged up any free-to-plays?
No, I've merged up one free-to-play, and I was able.
Or, well, Able's sort of free-to-play, but I was thinking more like the Grand Hero Battle, like Grail units.
Oh, Yeah, I have a Black Knight I merged up a long time ago. That's about it.
So you never did anything like the Marnies or whatever?
Nope. I never bothered with Barney because at the time I wasn't playing Arena religiously again.
Well, you know what? I never looked up what he does. This Squall.
Oh yeah, that might be a good thing to look up. Squall, where's Cloud or Zidane? Look, I had to. PS1 at that joke.
Well, his game isn't as popular as, so they needed to give him some additional help.
Yeah. I mean, 8 is still decently popular just because it came after 7. It's just not as popular, you know.
Well, I mean, and like, understandably, people really didn't like the scaling system.
Obviously. I'm just saying it's still like decently popular just because of, you know, coming off the heel of 7 in the first place. Dislikes heights. And yet he's not seasick.
So his naval units gain +1 to movement range, 2 bonus terrain stars. His area units suffer -20 firepower, rain does not affect his unit's movement. There's a small chance to make it rain in random weather. So Squall causes a storm that does 1 HP damage to all enemy units. All Drake's units gain a small amount of bonus firepower and defense. Map-wide 1 HP damage is maybe slightly underwhelming.
It can be very dangerous in the right hands. In the original game, in the original game's hard mode, it led to some very infamous fights against him.
Alright.
Should be telling the hard mode difficulty only rates you on speed for coins in the original game. Because the hard mode in the original was just very, very bad. It had hands, to put it bluntly.
Alright. Tree. I was wondering if I should have used my power, but we're probably fine here for now. We'll leave it be.
Yeah, like... Oh yeah, speaking of that prototype, did you know there's a mod for FF10 that replaces every song in the OST with a Tidus Lapified version?
Did
It's
not
called
know.
Tidus Fantasy 10.
Didn't know that, but that doesn't surprise me, considering.
It even adds new songs to the game from other video games like Aquatic Ambience from Donkey Kong. Which is hilarious. Someone uploaded the whole mod's OST to YouTube.
If he has 13.
There was one time where on Reddit someone was all like, let us laugh at this person. And let us laugh at my mistake now or something like that. And so I linked the Tidus laugh and start by saying, oh, ha, 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 ha. So the response to that was somehow started with an ah, making the lady instantly told tip me off as the Tidus laugh. I may need help. Which is funny. I always forget they have the detailed menus in this. Ah, my lander. Oh, there goes the submarine. Well, that's why I was playing, was because it's running out of ammo. I mean, fuel.
Now it's my turn.
Well, it's also damaged, so it's probably not too happy about that.
Makes sense.
Nice.
I rolled, it looked like.
Yep.
Oh, hey, I'm at 76 streams watched.
Very nice. Wasn't super big on having to use a medium tank for this, but I guess we're doing it.
I just realized I should have moved my PC 2 hours ago, so let me do that.
Oops. Well, hopefully it wasn't too noisy for your parents.
Yeah, hopefully.
We have a lot of money. Could get another medium tank.
My dad's last day at work before he retires is tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he retires this Friday, so... Yeah, nice career. He's 60 plus, so... And he was a 401k financial advisor, so... He used to say he had a nice, stable career.
Yeah, I imagine he's got a really decent night retirement fund to take advantage of now.
My mom was a lawyer, and she's mainly speech of practice for like friends and family. But like, she had to stop working at the firm when I was young because I was autistic and needed help, so she became a work-at-home lawyer. Because I needed I need all the help I could get because I was deep on the spectrum and all that, you know?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's pretty nice of your mom.
Yep. Either way, it's kind of funny because thanks to Ace Attorney, I basically taught her about Japanese law. And since, you know, that's the whole point of that series, is satire of the Japanese legal system. And
They're just like body blocking me now.
trying to get that last one. You could body block their seaport before they could build something.
In the south section? Nah, that wouldn't be worth overextending the sub for that.
I have to use all the medium tanks, it seems. For the most action economy.
Almost feel sorry for those guys, showing them with a battleship.
Yeah, it took me 2 weeks to get over that cold I had. It finally went away completely yesterday, so.
Yeah, sometimes it just be like that.
Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't used Squall again.
I guess he doesn't fill up as fast as Sonya was, because he's still only 3/4 of the way. Alright, looks like we have ads hitting it. It's been 4 hours without a break, so I'm going to go refill my water and then we'll come back and take on Drake. So, we're back. Alright, and we're back.
I just booted up Faye while you were gone.
Alright.
And I got Bloody Nose, so I'm big deal with that too.
Oof. Well, hopefully it doesn't last too long.
It only lasted like 5 minutes, but... It only lasted 5 minutes, but it's... Anything beats that Bloody Nose I nearly passed from blood loss out of, remember?
Right.
Did I ever tell you that story?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was in high school and it was just sad. Oh, I forgot daylight savings time. It ends in 43 minutes is when the rollover is. Oh, I guess I'll wait 43 minutes to start the new day in Faye. I got all my quests done except to beat Jada with Jada or Sharina quest.
No.
I beat him with Sharina on my team, but I didn't beat him with Sharina, you know. Cause like heck that's gonna happen.
Really? Because do you just like have a really weak Sharina?
Yeah, I don't bother building up the Asker trio just cause they're the Asker trio.
Right. Did you never build them up at all before? Because like, I have a fairly basic Sharina and hey, that...
I built up Alphonse back in the day, but that's about it.
Because Jetta's pretty weak.
He is. I can probably fodder some of my old manuals to get the quest done, but that's too much effort.
Well, I'm thinking like a relatively basic Sharina should just be able to poke him to death, because you could just set him up with like Sigurd.
Yeah. I tried doing that with my Abel, but my Abel just got like killed.
Right, but like, that's why like specifically Emblem Sigurd, because he AoEs, so
Yeah.
it sets Sharina up for the cherry tap kill.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's
I
usually
just
what I do. Anything that involves the Asker trio, I usually look at it, especially if it's a stronger enemy, and go, well, Emblem Sigurd, you're up. It's time to carry these losers.
It's funny how Emblem Sigurd was one of the earlier emblems and he's still one of the most useful.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's starting to show his age for sure, but in terms of helping,
Starting being keyword.
yeah. In
He didn't
terms,
fall off as hard as Emblem Ike or Emblem Mark did.
right? But they basically just made Emblem Ike version 2 with.
Johanna Ike.
Yeah, and then once that one wasn't doing as well, we just have, you know, the Brave Redux Ike, who's
Braver Ike, yeah.
yeah, basically just better. So like they keep iterating on him to have some version of him that's still relevant. But yeah, because Sigurd, I found that actually Sigurd's having problems killing anything that's a decent melee opponent at this point.
Yeah.
So he's still useful just because he makes the Asker trio be less losers.
He's also useful on he cheeses like story content, to be fair, because they never use the full builds for story content. You know, like they always try to dummy down the builds for when you play it for the first time on story mode.
I mean, it depends on what
The difficulty.
well, no, it also depends on what it is, like, because the later it is in the story arc, the less they hold back on it, but like early on, yeah, they do sometimes just set the units up to fail.
Yeah. But like Lunatic, they did generally do the full builds at that point. Like starting from like chapter 5 in every book. Either way, Emblem Sigurd still trivializes PvE.
The only time they really set up to fail is when they release new stories that accompanying new hero banners. Because sometimes they just have like bad formations and whatever that don't even take advantage of their kit.
Or like they're level 20 when they first released the book. Which could easily be craned.
That's just lower difficulties though.
I mean, even on Lunatic, if you go to like chapter 1 of book 10, it shows you a level 20 chapter 1 Lunatic map.
Right, on the very early ones, yeah, for new players to get them in, but that's for the generics.
I once saw a Reddit post about some guy who was playing it for the platinum points on my Nintendo, and he kept using the Asker trio to beat and talking to me to beat all the content in the game, and he kept using orbs as his light's blessings. And then he got the book and he was like, "How do I beat this?"
See, it sounds like that guy had some very poor decisions made.
Yeah, basically all the comments were trying to teach him that's not how you play the game. and the top comment was an exasperated picture. Let me just change out my... Alright, then Nidhogger is probably my weak link on this team. Because she's armor. It's more... And like, if I'm gonna be cherry tapping, I'll just replace Nidhogger with Sharina for this and go from there. This is my arena defense team from like 3 years ago. It was Emblem 2 years ago, actually. It's Emblem, Sigurd, Nidhogger, Mythic Loki, and yeah. The only recent addition was Emblem Wind. Anyway. Let's try this. I'm not talking about Book 1 not having full builds, because Book 1 was weird because no unit had either a ABC skill or a special and assist. Like there was one missing in both sets, basically. I think the first time they had ABC skills in a full kit was actually early Book 2.
I don't think this sub's gonna be doing too much here.
Alright, Jada is now successfully at 1 HP. There we go. And now it's just kill him with himself, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, Sigurd's usually a pretty trivial way to set it up for pretty much anyone. You can almost get away with using like a level 1 of that the requisite mirror match sometimes if you set it up with Sigurd. I should maybe put in a few more indirects here. If I just keep building tanks, we're gonna get stuck in the woods.
Dad, I'm trying down here. What are you doing? That's why I had it closed. Sorry about that. Dad opened up the door to the basement, so I just had to chat with him about that. Just let him know what I was doing, that's all. Alright, this is Ally growth. Unlock potential.
I know we're close to the CO power, but I guess if we jump this sub, it should weaken it enough so it's no longer a threat.
Honestly, the fact that we have so many Grand Hero battle rotations now is hilarious. Well, now I've run out of feathers because I immediately turned that Frigida into a +4 5-star. So now I'm at 286 feathers. If you're wondering why I have so few feathers, it's because every time I run pretty high on feathers since I never upgrade units.
Right,
Since I never upgrade units, I always go over cap on feathers. So what I do is just I make a bunch of 5-star Bantus or whatever, right? Or whatever random thing, and now I have like 40 5-star Bantu manuals. It's funny. Before that it was Gunter, but then I got rid of all those to see how many I had for feathers on the way back. But the fact is Bantu of all characters, and I haven't pulled them in a hot minute, so... Yeah, I'm out of feathers because I made 40 5-star Bantu manuals. Because before that I was at overcap feathers like 5 times over the course of the 10 years I've been playing the game. Because I just never have merge projects I want to do. Like, let me look at my Grail count as well. I just have to... Oh, I broke for the generalize first.
It's kind of a weird situation here where it's like, maybe I should be building naval units, but they technically don't help me get the cities.
That's what I originally did, Czar. Like, it still technically got 200,000. It's just not as much as it could be because I only got 200,000.
I'm basically overcapped because I never claim my HMs, so I think I have like 50 heroes I could claim feathers from there. I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
Just make a bunch of Bantu manuals when I need to claim feathers, basically.
Yeah, for me it's I do...
Currently at 286,091 feathers.
I do Crom and Cordelia in case I ever have merge projects again, but basically there's never been anything worthwhile since Marnie. Like, I guess Grommel kind of, but he still doesn't score as well as Marnie. It's like, well, I
mainly upkeep my babes, which is just Abel and Yunaka at this point. Like, my high scoring units are all older units, plus Brave Edelgard for some reason. I'm not even a big Edelgard fan, I just have weirdly high scoring Brave Edel. Let me look at this. Let me just level up first. I also stockpile a lot of crystals. I currently have 287 generic crystals because I never use that.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever hit a point where I won't be building Crom and Cordelia
Bolt Breaker is just a nothing burger ability, if I recall. It's not really anything particularly groundbreaking, but it's not bad either.
Wait, for what?
I can't remember what it does, but it's not really commonly seen in competitive, so it's not just... It was introduced in Diamond and Pearl, at least. That much I remember.
Oh, I was confused for a second there because I didn't see a sim said. I was like, when did heroes introduce a mold breaker ability?
Yeah, I'm not really into competitive Pokemon, so I'm not the person to ask about abilities. I'm mainly more interested in the story and stuff of those games, as stupid as that sounds. Because they just get worse and worse each gen, but I don't care. Pokemon stories peaked at at Gen 5, but yeah. I still like Gen 7's story, but like... In any case, though...
I guess I need to try to find...
Yeah, let me look at my direct grails. I have 40,000 grails, just because I never used them.
Yeah, I think I'm probably somewhere around there too, just because I've never built anything else after the Marnies, basically, aside from Grommel, that makes such a small
I haven't built anything
dent.
since, again, Black Knight, and I tried building a Xander way back when, but I gave up like 5 manuals in. So like Black Knight's the only plus 10 grail project I ever did. Black Knight. So yeah, let's just try this. Oh, I've got the learn skill for Jada. Oops. Surrender. Ally growth, learn skills. Alright, Jada, you're +4 now. Feed. Yeah, I know it's Scarbo. Because it's just Grand Hero Battle Curse. I just need it for this quest. Honestly, I found it funny that in Summer Duels... Yes, I do. I like finishing every quest, and there's one for being Jada with Jada. Yeah, I'm not saying the skills will make a difference. Yeah, I'm not saying they'll make a difference to begin with. I just might as well learn them regardless, though. Alright, that's done. I still really like FOMO's. I still really like FOMO's level 40 conversation. Did you ever get that one, Karoy?
Like the original FOMO?
Yeah, where he's like, alright, you're cool, wanna be my right hand in evil?
Yeah, but it was so long ago that I don't think I'd remember it.
That's basically what it sums up as. He's like, alright, you're cool, wanna be my right hand now? Basically, you become Reed for him. It's kind of funny, actually. I mean, to be fair, if the Demon King asked me personally to use a Reed, it'd probably be an improvement, you know. You get the point, right?
I mean, Reed's not a particularly good unit, so...
What?
Reeve's not a particularly good unit, so it's not too hard to improve on that.
Not only that, but also because he's a creepy old man. So, like, just asking a random summoner to be your new right hand is like already improvement over a creepy old man.
I suppose.
However, Reed did have his summoner duels niche for a bit. Like, which was really funny. of all units, you know. Alright, my bad. Team's putting his over back in. And that's all the quests for done, period, including Fate Pass stuff, because I initially got Fate Pass because it gave me like a deal for 3 months for $3 a month. I was like, okay, I'll buy that. That's actually kind of better than the real thing. And I just never canceled it because I played this game free to play for so long that I figured I might as well get back. I'm not whaling at the very least, you know, because I don't spend more than that 10 a month.
Yeah, that would definitely not qualify for whale in any kind of category.
Yeah, like, Fate Pass alone doesn't constitute a whale, but Fate Pass is generally a good sign that they're a whale. You know.
Not sure if I'd say that.
Uh-oh. I just noticed they blocked your C-port is all.
Doesn't really matter, I'm not really using it.
Fair enough. I mean, like I do, so yeah, probably. That means that whales keep gotchas afloat by themselves for obvious reasons.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of the model.
Yeah. Funny enough, in Kingdom Hearts 3, there's a very pivotal plot scene near the end where they show you a whole bunch of real-life usernames from the gacha. But here's the thing. You had to whale $200 or more within a 3-month period to get your username in the game. It is cool that they acknowledged all the whales, because they had over 1,000 people, over 1,000 usernames in that scene in Kingdom Hearts 3. So they had over 1,000 people whale enough to get in the game, you know? It, it's admittedly a cool touch, but you're never gonna notice the usernames because they flash by at a lightning speed on the left side of the screen, lower left. You know?
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Can't really afford to give too much time to them, so I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. Especially when they had over 1,000 whales their name in the first place. It wasn't only 1K, it was 1K over like a 1-month period. Given the gacha lasted a whopping 7 years in the West and even longer in Japan, I feel like it was profitable enough.
But yeah, 200, only 200 in a month is actually kind of a surprisingly low threshold.
Yeah, they just wanted to get people to get their name in the game. So the 200 a month was able to, because like it's meant to be for a very pivotal story moment that they show up, the usernames. So like they wanted to make sure that enough people got their username in the game to begin with, you know. I might be lowballing the actual number, but it's definitely over 1,000 people got their username in the game. And not all the usernames are represented, because obviously some of them were too vulgar. You know.
That sounds kind of weird. Like, wouldn't they have policed the usernames in the game itself so that wouldn't happen?
Not really, because it was only in PvP they do that, because it's mainly meant as a single player experience.
Yeah, but if I was a tech company, I wouldn't want to store those kinds of usernames on my server.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a lie.
Czar, you're misinterpreting it. I'm probably even lowballing the number of whales they had. Again, the gacha ran for 7 years. 9 in Japan. And it was top 50 for all 7 of those years in the West. It ended its story, which most gachas don't, let's be real. If anything, you're the one that's wrong. And I'm just saying, you're wrong. I'm not even sure how many usernames there were in the game. They just had a whole bunch of them. They fly by in literally a second. At a blistering fast pace in the game. And the $200 was just so they could get as many entrants as they could. Like, I wouldn't take my numbers as gospel. All I remember is the $200. I don't remember how many actual entrants there were.
A job well done.
Does seem antithetical to their actual business model, though. It is a bit weird.
It is a bit weird, but they wanted to put in, like, again, a pivotal story moment, and the upcoming game, so. Because, like, the gacha was explicitly meant to tie in the Kingdom Hearts phrase plot as is. That's why, since it's EOS and you can't access it anymore, YouTube recaps are the only way to experience it now. Because, like, it actually has some very important lore for not just page 3, but the series going forward. At one point, they turned it into an offline cutscene viewer.
A job well done. You've beaten me. You're a Green Earth CO?
Yep.
That I am. I wanted to find some answers here, but all I've netted is some more questions. I'll be seeing you again, lad. Hey, wait! Wow, gone already. He sure is fast on the water.
That storm should be against the rules.
You know, maybe if you didn't fire first and ask questions later, you might get some answers.
Yeah. That storm should be against the rules. She's aware of war crimes, I guess.
Yeah, Sammy's just overreacting. That wasn't...
Look who's here!
Squall wasn't really doing much.
It wasn't. He didn't use it much at all.
Well, he was using it every time it was charged, but the frequency was pretty low, all things considered.
Yeah. And now you can't access those versions till post-game.
By Neptune's beard.
Anyway.
That was a rough battle. Come now, Drake. You're not losing your confidence, are you? We need to keep moving or we'll be beaten again. Quit your jabbering and look around, Eagle. Only fools sail into uncharted waters blindfolded.
Really?
What are you talking about? That orange star CO named Andy did not attack Green Earth. But we saw what we were meant to see. And this goes beyond just the battles in Green Earth. This entire conflict has been orchestrated from the very beginning. But how is that? Quiet now. If I'm right, it's up to us to turn the tides on our mystery foe. The best way to test my theory is to battle Orange Star again. Ah, yes, to turn the tides, we must attack the opponent that is not actually our opponent again.
What?
Amazing logic. And you're saying that wasn't Andy, but who? Alright, let's see the funny Sammy version again.
Yeah.
I like how it's like, ah yeah, Sammy's 2 stars harder. Sammy's soldiers must storm the beaches to stop Drake's naval forces.
Storm the beaches. Haha.
This game's enemies have grown to our 2 quad levels of intelligence. Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah.
Sammy, do you read me?
Roger that.
Roger, Nell. What is it? It's about some of the units you're using. We need you to protect your landers. Orange Star is experiencing a shortage of those units. If you lose them, you'll lose this battle.
Huh?
Landers? We have 2 of them. Do you mean we have to protect both of them?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Don't allow either one to be destroyed.
Understood.
I'll do my part. You can count on me.
Yeah.
Now you can see why this one's harder.
I always can. Thanks, Sammy. Are these the sync maps, or is this just a map particularly unsafe to Sammy? It's a good question, because the map leads me to believe that they're just distinct maps.
They are distinct maps.
Makes sense. You feel like this game's story mode doesn't have enough playable CO variety. It's all the Orange Star Trio after a little Nell at the start. Yeah, I mean, it's the first entry, right? So it kind of makes sense that they...
Technically the third entry, because the Super Famicom Wars and Famicom Wars in Japan.
Right, but they didn't really do any story with those Famicom Wars, right? So yeah, this is the first one to do any story stuff, so... It would kind of make sense that they decided to keep it a bit more tighter knit and focus on a few characters rather than trying to let the player run everyone.
Which is what the next game and Dual Strike do.
Yeah. I mean, Days of Ruin kind of does that too, where you get to play as a lot of the ones that are, like, sympathetic.
Yeah, there were 4 Game Boy Wars games, but they were developed by Hudson Soft, not Intelligent Systems. And they were actually hexagonal based.
Well, this could end up being really bad very quickly. Because, like, if you just got a bunch of crap camping the beach, then landers could easily just, like, instantly die.
Not only that, but Squall could kill them if they're at 1 HP.
I don't think it could. At least I had that sub that was basically unrepaired the entire map. I don't think it died from that.
I thought it did that. Okay, never mind.
It might just be that I had healed it after it got to 1 hit point, but I had that sub on the right side that basically sat there and did nothing. Because it wasn't relevant for getting the properties.
Yeah.
Alright, we're going to...
Yeah, Drake's missions, despite his CO power being nothing, were meant to be harder. Did it say anything about having fuel?
For what?
Drake's CO power?
I don't think so. Yeah, it just says it's small bonus of firepower and defense, aside from the
That must
HP.
be his tier 2 then. Yeah, that might be his super CO power. So mechanic we're not introduced to yet.
Yeah, this beachhead here feels like it could get really ugly really fast.
Yeah.
Can't sit around doing nothing, so I guess we're gonna land.
And of course it's Fog of War, so you gotta hunt their own troops and kill them.
Let's see here. All I've got to do to win is to send those landers straight to the bottom of the sea. I'll keep them from coming ashore, up and at 'em, mateys.
Up and at them! Oh, at least they showed you where it sunk. I mean, dove.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't linger too long on the right side. I could do...
It's been a while since I've seen most of these portraits since, you know, I played most of the game 3 years ago, but haven't touched it since until today. Not gonna try to find the other submarine.
No, because if I jump out into the right side with my few naval units, it's a good way to just lose them.
Gotcha. I mean, they got the scope.
So, the idea here is to just sit on the left shore and let them run into my submarine. Because they'll probably try to go for the lander, and they won't see my sub until they run into it.
Yeah. And yeah, they're basically underwater recons. Which makes sense to an extent. And there it is. It fell for the bait.
Sure did. I guess the question is if I jump the battleship. Probably want to do it, even though this puts my sub at risk. We have to weaken it.
I mean, kinda. It's surrounded by reefs, at least.
Well, there could be something in the reefs.
And shores, I mean, but yeah.
You can still get attacked from the one side. And all it takes is one cruiser.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I guess it's safer for this lander to just stay here.
Same for both of them, honestly.
Yeah, since we got a foothold here, I'm gonna load up the recon instead of the second mech.
I love that you could do a loadception with loader, with landers.
Yeah, I could do that. It's probably unnecessary, but I could.
Yeah, I'm just saying I love that that's a feature.
attic is for landlubbers. Squall!
Bet
Panic
he's
is for land.
bet he started pre-charged because that was way too fast compared to how he was charging it last map.
Yeah. Pre-charges are... Yeah.
Surprisingly, Cruiser didn't die.
Surprisingly it lived. Yeah. I'm surprised that lived.
Yeah.
That battleship still needs to go.
We need to get the sub first, because if we don't kill the sub, it's gonna start going after the landers. And the cruiser's no longer in a position to take care of them.
Yeah. Could the missiles take... Oh, right, dove underwater. If they weren't underwater, they could take care of them, but they're underwater, so... Oh. Kamal Akbar, it's a trap. So, Friday next... I mean, this Friday when you return to FE... So,
Yeah.
what chapter are you on again? The Etzel map?
Yeah.
It's kind of funny how Mage Knight Norn is working out somehow. I mean, not
Yeah.
Mage Knight Mage.
Well, it's because she's fast and the enemies have no res.
And surprisingly, her magic growth has been building.
I mean, as much as it could.
Yeah, it's still not high magic growth.
You just
I
have,
mean, she doesn't get weighed down by tomes because she got to 5% strength.
Yeah.
That was still funny.
Yeah, it's definitely helpful that way.
And try to bait into the submarine.
With the battleship?
Yeah.
No, I'm just positioning the battleship to protect everyone up here.
Gotcha. I meant the green or battleship, but gotcha.
Because this battleship is going to be able to attack my battleship without needing to move or anything.
Makes sense.
So I'm just willing to take the damage in order to be able to attack these.
Makes sense. These hands.
CO power is... it depends on the CO power.
Oh. Rockets.
Yeah.
Where's that missiles? I don't know the models well.
No, it's rockets because missiles are...
makes sense.
Missiles aren't something that can hit ground units.
Well, this suddenly turned. This suddenly took a turn for the worse. I'm surprised the battleship didn't attack anything.
I guess because it couldn't see me.
I forget if I did this or Max's version of this mention. I think I did Max for the first route split and Sammy for the second. I'll have to see after I beat the final mission. Also on easy mode in this game, they added a neat little feature where you can reset your turn if you make a fat finger, but only on easy difficulty. So that's kind of them. Up the learning curve a bit, you know?
Yeah, I think that's something that Wargroove 2 added as well.
Oh, we got the idea from Wargroove then.
Possibly.
How much fuel does the 19? You think you can get the APC over to refill it or nah? The submarine, that is.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the APC can easily reach if I go to the shore, but questionably is if I had the action economy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I want to land the... I don't know if I want to land the recon and the tank here, because they might just get in each other's way.
Probably.
I think I want to do... I think I still want to do at least the recon. So we'll hold off on the... Hold off on dropping the tank until after.
I see you're loading up the missiles too. Or rockets, I mean.
Yeah, the only way we're gonna make a push without being in range of their rockets.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is. I guess the furthest away it could be is like...
Can the cruiser kill the battleship?
Cruiser can't do ship-to-ship combat, annoyingly.
Oh, right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it can in Days of Ruin, but in their original games, I guess apparently it can't.
I'm not sure if it couldn't dual strike, because a lot of Days of Ruin's changes first appeared in dual strike for both gameplay and like in general. Because like comm towers were introduced in dual strike, as was the free metal system for the war room stuff.
Yeah. Yes, medium tank's gonna be a problem.
You have two of them back to back too, which doesn't help.
Guess I could use... Yeah, if I use the Sammy power here, I might be able to overpower the weenie stuff, and then I'll just have to eat the medium tank damage.
Now it's my turn. Double time.
Roy T-Tongue.
I mean, you say it's mostly useless, but like, I do have a mech here that's getting boosted with plus 35.
I've had case uses for double time. Like chocolate.
We can still do this. It bumps my battleship damage up enough to do 5 instead of 4. So I'll do this, and then... Oh yeah, I guess I can't. Alright, we'll just move the cruiser in. It's not doing anything else to help us anyway. And we do drop the tank here to protect the battleship. And the lander, of course.
I'm still worried about the submarine spiel.
I mean, there's probably not a lot the submarine can do anymore anyway, even if it were to just sink.
Yeah, you can at least refuel next turn. Just in case, you know, there are still some naval units. Because there is that lander, of course.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned by that. Not sure what that medium tank was trying to do, but sure, why not?
I have to go now. The planet needs me. Oh, I rolled.
Go, little mechs, go!
Oh, they're trying to heal. How cute.
So after this, it's a matter of finding the rocket. So we get rid of that, it's basically over, unless he's hiding like 4 medium tanks in the back or something.
Which 2 is charged, so I'm gonna continue trying the final mission again.
Alright. Good luck.
Thanks. Standby time. Learn from my lessons from last time. Oh yeah, weird thing about Kanbai is that Yellow Comet in general, all their units cost more money to make because of their elite training or whatever, you know?
Right. Yeah, they did. It did mention that. So let's see. When we were here, we got attacked by the rocket. So it could be anything like here. It would almost certainly not be on the road. So these could be candidates.
Road would be too obvious, yeah.
Well, road would be kind of unobvious, but it would also strategically make no sense in terms of, you know, protecting the rocket.
Yeah.
Anchors away! Squall!
Alright, final boss's turn. One of the few times I have to check an enemy range in this game.
Yeah, they got a couple of landers, but...
Bye-bye, bomber. Oh, that's nice. Oh, we got hyper repair unlocked.
Aha, found it.
Oh, you found the rockets?
Yep, it's hiding in the woods. Well, I guess there could technically be more, but I found the one At least
what's
one
time for
that's
you.
in range. The only thing is, the battleship is the only thing that can do damage, so we're gonna have to wait till next turn again.
God, getting to play as Kanbai feels so good. Because now I can spam his busted CO power.
Oh, I suppose I'm impressed. You're pretty strong after all. Well, here's some artillery. So it has to be in that forest directly to the right. There's basically no other place where it could be.
Go with farmer. Oh wait, no. Let's see what. Oh, things are about to get real. Barely survived that.
should still be able to get a 2 cap on his headquarters here, assuming we don't take damage.
Good thing I saved my hyper repair usage.
There we go. Got him.
GG on that map.
I've been crushed.
Yep. At this rate, I might as well join the Flotsam and Jetsam.
There's no time for self-pity. Let's hoist sails and ride the wind.
I won. What a relief.
Apparently they expected that map to take a while.
Yeah, apparently.
Look who's here!
Oh, why did I just build a recon? There's no fog in this map.
Aye, that was a real rough spat.
Doesn't this old D-Dog deserve some smooth sailing now and again? Hey Drake, you're the one picking fights. All you have to do is stop picking fights and you won't have the rough seas. Drake, listen to me about our previous conversation.
Ahoy there!
It's time for you to test the waters. Go battle the Orange Star forces yourself and see if my theory holds any water.
Ah!
You're right, I must take care of this myself. Oh good, everyone just wants to keep picking fights.
Especially since you already know Andy it doesn't act like that. Well, you gotta play as Andy, I guess, because considering this is the one he has fun to pick with.
Yeah, I guess story-wise it would make the most sense to have him fight Andy. Mountains and misunderstandings stand between Andy and Eagle's forces.
The puns. I love big puns.
I'm not sure what Eagle's problem is with me but it's time to ground him for good. I'm gonna get him and make him tell me why he's been chasing me around this whole time. I must be dreaming. Andy, are you getting serious on us? Yeah, no kidding. You feeling okay, pal? Let me feel your forehead. Give me a break. I don't think you guys understand just what it means to be me.
That's
yeah.
a good one.
I don't think they do, Andy. They don't understand head empty.
I don't think anyone does. Okay, Kanbei might.
That's true. Can be an Olaf.
Yeah.
Now he's doing nothing to protect his missiles here. Or I guess this is a rockets. Okay, did he just like not bother to bring any anti-air in his front line? Because his fighters are just way back in the top right corner, along with the anti-air. Eagle Man, what are you doing?
He's doing his best karaoke, as he said before.
I guess we're just gonna bomb it.
Final boss, what are you doing? He attacked an anti-air with a 2 health anti-air of its own.
These plays are too big brain for us to understand.
Obviously. He really has it out for Kanbei now, apparently.
Yeah, Eagles give them an extra actions for all his units, but debuffs them.
Yeah, he basically gets Gale Force, but not as busted.
Well, it's tempting to dive this tank. Makes more sense to have the copter support up here.
Probably should have done that.
This is a fantastic map to have a recon on where there's almost no roads and a bunch of forest in the middle.
Yeah.
Despite Drake's conviction, I find it hard to credit his hypothesis. I must investigate further.
You cannot escape.
I'm coming for you. He says as he runs away.
Oh, that was a nice high roll campaign. Get that bomber out of here. Not enough for a medium tank. Now I have enough for nothing. Almost got Eagle's ability unlocked. Oh.
I guess we'll sit here.
Lightning Drive procced at the end of my turn, so might as well use it. Take advantage of it. Exactly 100 damage, which means with Lightning Drive it means it was almost 200. Send in the APC. Oh, fully charged CO power. Here it comes.
So many cities on this map when there are any buildings to spend the money on. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just there for healing, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, that's the place I wasn't expecting it to hit. That's good. Oh, they're trying. They attacked the APC. Good. If they made that artillery. Nope.
We need to get those fighters to come in. Because once I get rid of them, then my own fighters can basically just kill anything air. Which I
More
suppose is
Alphas.
just the two bombers that remain here. And he is, in fact, diving my transport copter. And my B-copter.
Artillery.
Now the skies are mine.
Nice. An airport secured for Eagle, so that's good.
Huzzah!
He's caught us with our guard down, he says. But has he really?
Not really. Definitely have more outboost up on Kanbei units, because that would have killed otherwise. Let's do a battlecopter and an infantry.
Alright, we can basically kill this tank, open it up, and the fighters kill the bomber. His AA is poorly positioned, so it doesn't defend it. What might end up being more irritating is trying to chase the rockets and the tank in the back down. So we're massacring his troops otherwise.
Makes sense. Just leaving that bomber in the range of your fighters. Genius strategy.
Yep. And that after diving my T-copter and V-copter with his fighters so that my fighters could just have free reign of the skies. This is truly the face of an Air Force commander. I guess his missiles doesn't really do anything for me anymore.
Huh, my battlecopter lived that somehow. Nice use of the bomber, using it on the two health thing.
You think he's caught himself with his guard down? You know what? That's true.
Probably.
Ready for attack. Lightning drive.
Well, the AA might get to attack my bomber. which might make things a bit more annoying for it, but that's fine. Well, he moved out to go after the fighters, which... okay. I only need one at, like, decent health, so it's whatever.
I can fix anything. Hyper repair!
This mission's long, but I'm winning this war of attrition. Let's build a transport copter to bait this.
Ah. Got him with the high roll. I'm just like... completely catching it with all of the defense that Buffy's suffering. All of his units are just disintegrating.
Yeah.
He did not think this one through.
Well, they took the bait of the transport copter like I hoped.
Very nice. So yeah, I'll just be up to the Air Force to clean up the back line, I guess. Because it's gonna take forever to get anyone else over there.
Medium tank on camping.
It's one here, right now! Yeah, yes, I know, Eagle. You're gonna be ended right here and right now. You've done this to yourself. Can't reach the rockets with bombers, so we'll hit the artillery first and then hit the bomber or the rockets next turn. Whoa, Wind of Shoe? Yeah, the presentation is fantastic for this remaster.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think he moved either of his bombers all battle. Well, he did have 3. And his first one got baited into my recon. But yeah, the other 2 he just simply didn't move them, because reasons, I guess. Actually, especially despite using the double turn with CO power, he didn't try to leverage it.
It's on Switch because the series is owned by Nintendo. The series that started on the GBA called Advance Wars.
Yeah, more specifically, I'm playing on the Switch too, although it is a Switch 1 game.
Yeah. How'd that not
These stupid forests. He's undeterred. Okay, good luck with being undeterred. You appear to have almost no units.
First time seeing this CO power, this map.
It's like chess if every piece can move every turn, it's true.
Hey, at least it's not Fire Emblem where it's anime chess.
I mean, this is pretty close to that anyway. It's a very anime...
It's the modern day
Yeah.
version.
Yes. Can't shirk the anime roots.
I think that does exist, actually, Carissa.
Yeah, surely someone's done something, although I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. Alright, well, there's no point in moving the rockets. It's never gonna get through this forest. I'm gonna do this with the fighters so that that tank can't try to run away if for some reason Eagle decides to do that. Oh, I should have attacked the plane from the side, because I could have maybe had lured the, his tank into my mech. Oh well. I guess we'll just end up taking another turn. No big deal.
Get rid of this bomber.
Good thing tanks can't roll under fighter jets. True. Not even submerged subs can dive under fighter jets. Yeah, they're crazy.
Need that APC pretty soon.
It's like the fighter jets can, Alright, we're just one-shotting it with the bomber anyway. They have such crazy vertical height. No one's been able to explain this phenomenon. Similarly, fighter jets can crash into submerged subs. Yep. This is a fully 2D reality. No one can actually go up and down. Alright, fess up! Why do you keep chasing me?
Don't play dumb with me.
Don't play dumb with me, you whelp. Do you honestly expect me to forget what you did to Green Earth? What are you talking about? That ice cold look in your face during the assault. I'll never forget it. Never! No, you're wrong. It wasn't me. What do you take me for, boy? I saw your face. Your piercing eyes glowed through the night. Eagle, this is starting to sound more like a romance novel or something.
He reserves that for Tommy, though.
Piercing eyes? What? I'm telling you, it wasn't me. And why would I be out attacking other countries? Why?
Really?
You do seem genuine, and your eyes are different. What, you didn't realize the first 2 times you attacked him, Eagle? Very well. I will take you at your word. For the moment. I must return and discuss this with Drake. Consider us at a momentary ceasefire. But don't believe for a moment that I trust you. If I find out you're lying to me, Andy, you will curse the day you were born.
It wasn't me. I swear.
Yes, but for a guy called Eagle, this guy's eyesight is not very good. True. Chess, but you can move all your pieces every turn. Sounds like it'd actually hold up better than you expect, because you can't do like multi-attack sequences to open up enemy pieces when your own capturing pieces get in the way. Instead, the danger would end up being discovered attacks when your pieces move out of the way for one behind. Yeah, I feel like chess, but everyone moves on the same turn would turn into rocket tag very quickly.
Very quickly.
Yeah, and white would almost certainly have an extremely huge advantage. As if white doesn't already have enough of an advantage in chess as it is.
Yeah.
Hey there!
Opus CO power is charging.
You think it'd have to be a larger board to compensate for that advantage? Then again, chess has unlimited range pieces. Yeah.
That's why I become rocket tag.
Yeah, so it would open up like a bunch of captures, and then because it would be difficult to defend, really, you'd be open to a bunch of captures. So it would basically just be like a bloodbath. Because if every piece got to move every turn, defense would be significantly weaker. So it would turn into just trying to get the piece advantage by trying to take as much from your opponent as you can turn after turn. That is a good question. Would it still have the regular capture system, and how would check work?
How would check work?
If white gets to move their pawns into a defensive formation and develop their backline before black can do anything, the black would be forced to respawn defensively on their first turn and wouldn't have time to capitalize on any traps they do set up. That's true. saw his face! That cold expression, those glowing eyes, it had to be Andy, but... Hello, Eagle. You're Kanbei's daughter, aren't you? From Gold Comic. What are you doing here?
Sonia, pleased.
It wasn't Andy who attacked you, it was someone else. What do you know about all this? I'll tell you who's pulling all of our strings if you'll just follow me. I'm not sure that I trust you. I felt the same way, Eagle, but you can trust her. Go ahead and follow her. You sure it's safe?
Uh-huh.
Go on! I'll take care of Green Earth for you. So don't worry. That's what shipmates are for, right? You have my gratitude, Drake. I like the idea of getting a closer look at that Orange Star Army anyway. I'll meet you again later. Watch yourself, Eagle. Don't fly too high.
God. Well, I got more boost unlocked for the umpteenth time.
Alright, we're gonna go back to doing Sammy.
Good.
If Sammy can't protect her special troops, this mission will soon circle the terrain. Special troops?
I mean, yeah, that's what they call them, remember?
Yeah, but that implies that there's more special troops, since its mission makes a point of mentioning that there's special troops. Alright, we do have ads coming up in a few minutes. I'm gonna let them run early, because, like, it makes no sense to start the mission now and then have the ads hit, like, 2 minutes in, so... I'm gonna let those run, refill my water, and then we'll come back and do some more Sammy stuff. So, we're back.
Inventory.
Alright, and we're back. You think
This
the
is not going well at all.
No.
I need to change my COs. I want.
You think the issue ends up being that the attacking becomes way more difficult when the opponent could just capture multiple of your attackers that were moved to threaten? Yeah, I guess. It would turn into kind of that. Yeah, a bit of just sitting on the edge of ranges, essentially. Kind of like that infuriating thing that Wargroove and Days of Ruin AI sometimes does.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my COs. I'm currently 62% done at mission 24, which is literally named the final battle.
Sammy, come in. Do you read me?
Sure.
Roger that, Nell. Go ahead. We've got a problem. A recon force we sent into Green Earth has been ambushed.
Understood.
So we need to perform a rescue mission, correct? Understood. That's right. Specifically, we need to save this infantry unit.
Good luck.
8 days, Sammy. If you can protect the unit for 8 days, we'll take over after that. Good luck. Interesting.
The Echo Dancer is peak.
So we basically have to throw someone in the way of the AA here, otherwise this infantry just dies. Actually, no, because we can't extract in the chopper because it's in range of the missiles. We can set it up to get picked up next turn, so... we pretty much just throw bodies in the way here.
Notably, since everyone teams up in the final mission, you can't capture your allies' buildings on the enemy teams. Which I guess makes sense. You know.
What time is it for me? It's just 2 in the morning.
3 in the morning for me.
I'm a late night streamer. Late night, early morning,
Same.
so...
Well, I'm just a late night person in general.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a bit of a night owl, but yeah. So we need
Same.
to do...
But I'm probably gonna crash after this stream because I've been up 24 hours.
huh. Yeah, that's maybe a bit much.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully this...
Farmer dead.
See if I can do
We're
this and
almost dead.
track that AA over here instead of... So I'm not sure... That medium tank goes first, I'm not sure if it actually kills this mech.
Wow, hyper repair already.
This poor mech just gets to sit here. Let's take stock. Anti-air and medium tank units on the ground. A cruiser to prevent escape by transport copter. Alright, everything seems to be shipshape. There'll be no escaping for that unit. Time to make a big splash and give Eagle some cover.
A big splash. There we go.
Gotta love being perfectly scattered.
Is it CO power time? It is. Figured that was coming. No, not the APC.
Definitely super scuffed over here. This mission's framing is so weird because it's like somehow this infantry is so important that we have to throw away a bunch of other units to protect it.
Yeah.
Panic is for landlubbers. Squall!
Nice pre-charge. This medium tank. It's hose. And should give us an easier time. The AIAs won't have a very good time getting past my tank. I think I only want to risk one copter there just because.
Good find. I just changed my strategy. Just press the max button.
That makes sense. Max is known to be OP for a reason, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. They'll probably charge up fast enough to get to this, and I'm gonna have this mech ram into the missiles here.
Nice.
It's probably not gonna do too much. It's a 3 hit point mech, but
Oof.
it lets them do something before they inevitably get picked off. It might allow me to take care of the missiles too if it tries to encroach on everything else.
Nope, me. Time for that power again.
Okay. Halfway there on days too.
Nice. A survival mission is not very common in these games.
Yeah. Surprised they have it at all, really.
Yeah. Nope. Time to really press the max button now.
Alright, he's only got one more A left unless he's got reinforcements.
Meanwhile, Kanbai still doesn't have his CL power.
There's that missiles.
I'm unbeatable. Double time.
So close. I think he has literally like 10% of a hit point left.
Nice.
It's like, what if the recon attack, the AA, but it does 1%? That's not gonna work out too well for it.
Prepare to be washed. Squall!
I don't think he traded very well against that infantry against my recon. The chopper really doesn't do too much to the ship.
He wasted most of his action coming trying to take out one medium tank of Max's. Oh, right.
Drake out here losing his mind. Marooned again. I just can't beat the Orange Star crew.
Huh?
Commander Drake, would you please explain why you've been attacking us? Haven't you sensed him, the mastermind behind all this fighting? Sonia and Grit have been trying to lure him out of hiding.
Wait a second.
Mastermind behind all this? What do you mean? We've been trying to keep Sonia's movements a secret. We need a diversion to draw his attention away from her, so we staged these battles. But I think we're just about down now. Seems Sonia's found something. I'll be joining Sonia just as soon as I'm able, but first, I've got to take care of things in Green Earth. I'm not usually one to ask for favors, especially from those I just did battle against.
Oh yeah!
You don't have to ask, we'll help in any way we can. Speak for yourself, Andy.
That's the reason for all this.
Yeah. So that's the reason for all this. I like the little post-map quips. You might finish Advance Wars 1 next time for certain. If you... And then we can probably move on to 2 that same day unless you want to do the bonus missions in 1, you know?
Yeah, we'll see. I have some intel that may be of interest. Take a look at this photo. Do you know this young CO? That's Andy, and he's facing off with the Commander-in-Chief of Blue Moon, by the looks of it.
Uh-huh.
Olaf's invasion of Orange Star is where it all began. But while Orange Star was being attacked, Andy was seen leading assaults on several countries. You saw him yourself, didn't you? So, doesn't this all strike you as exceedingly odd? Well, now that you mention it. You see what I'm getting at? It would have been impossible for Orange Star to launch multiple offensives while repelling Olaf's attack at the same time. That's the anomaly I wanted to show you. This makes no sense at all! How is this madness possible? It seems that our mystery foe has figured out how to put commanders in more than one place at a time. It means this isn't the first Andy we've encountered. What insanity! There's only one CO Andy! What are you getting at? I have some more stones to turn over before I know for sure, but it appears that someone is putting copies of Andy into the field. Where are you headed next? To find this doppelganger and crush him!
Hey!
Good luck to you then, Eagle. Hail the Prince of the Skies! Andy times 2!
It's basically... And you'll get the... Yeah, that's the real question.
I feel on the bill as the Smithers, but why would they choose someone as clueless as Andy to duplicate? Because maybe it was only Andy who was clueless enough to get lured into his cloning project.
Probably. Which, after you beat this, you can unlock Clone Andy as a playable CO, which was not in the original.
Makes sense. Well, you know what? I like to run Sammy just because the lulz, but you know, as a story beat, it's Andy versus Andy probably makes the most sense.
Yeah. But like...
Gasp, the gray team!
Yeah. Either way, Clone Andy, when you turn on Advance Wars 2 mode, does not have Advance Wars 2 Andy's superpower. That's what I was getting at earlier. Basically, he only has hyper repair. He doesn't have hyper upgrade in Advance Wars 2 mode.
Eagle! Andy, I'm glad you're alive. Please accept my sincerest apologies. I'm sorry to have ever doubted you.
Discover, pursue, surround, destroy.
There's glowing eyes.
Yeah. What the? It's another Andy! I mean, another me! Yes, it appears to be a clone of you that our enigmatic adversary somehow constructed. Mitigating with Green Earth, your double has already attacked several countries. Are you serious? I've caused a great deal of trouble for you, Andy, but now I'd like to battle by your side. The green units are mine. Let me handle all the enemy air units. I'll give you time to push straight ahead and storm our mystery foe's HQ. You know, Eagle, given your performance in previous missions, I'm not very confident with you from there. Like, no offense, dude, but seriously, I don't know if you're helping anyone.
He actually does do better as an ally, for obvious reasons.
Clone, a black hole officer generated from a sample of Andy's DNA. He has no major weaknesses and is just like Andy in every way. So not very
Ladybugs.
useful.
He hates ladybugs. And yeah, that's the name of the main villain of this game. Of these games is Black Hole. They're actually supposed to be like aliens. Which you can kind of tell from the fact they have super futuristic sci-fi as their HQ, you know?
Yeah, I guess it's the grin.
Pretty much. Except a lot more confidence since they showed up in more than one game.
Can't help but notice that there's a sub, but we don't have a cruiser. Andy, you really didn't come prepared for this either, man.
I still don't get why they ditched the Scurrin plotline in CNC4.
I mean, CNC4 is just like
It's a bad game.
all the questionable decisions, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's just a bad game. Because like they teased the full-scale invasion of Earth for the CNC4 we never got. Also, like,
Yeah, man, Andy did not come prepared for this.
yeah,
This is a terrible setup.
APC. Well, Kanbai finally get his... He finally got his CO power! Better late than never, I guess. The cooler Andy. Yeah, true. I do like how they made his voice sound off in this.
There's
As
no
well as
major
his
weaknesses
speed.
in it. Like Andy in every way, it feels mutually exclusive. It's true.
Yeah, they made his voice and theme sound off, which is actually really cool. Oh hey, I can buy a fighter.
Alright, well, hope you're gonna do something useful, Eagle.
Supply with the APC.
I'll make him suffer for his dastardly roots. Alright, that's a pretty good face for Clone Andy.
Yeah. They just make all his things seem off about him. Because he is a clone, you know. Yes, they're attacking the APC. I'm not sure what the point of that was, Final Boss, but it didn't accomplish anything.
what do you know? He actually is sort of clearing the way for us.
Maelstrom, come. All who oppose me, destroy.
What? I would never say that. He's not even being me right.
Power mode, access.
Yeah, this face right here is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Hyper repair. Initiate. Activating mimicry. I can fix anything. Hyper repair.
Good job repairing exactly 1 unit. I guess he really is like Andy.
Nice. Just press the max button is working.
Well, and then Eagle's out here just losing all the bombers, too. Truly fantastic.
Black hole units are always great in this game. I'm doing the final mission right now and I can confirm.
Makes sense.
Given the name and all.
I mean, yeah, plus also, like, they reused Gray for Calder's faction too later, so...
Yeah.
It's just, like, the bad guy killer, I guess.
Pretty much. That poor soldier from the final boss trying to capture with 1 HP.
Yeah, Eagle's gonna have to do a lot more work to help us out here. There's a bomber that needs taking care of, and at least 2 battleships. And he's about to lose that other bomber to Clone Andy's fighter.
Yeah, I think this one took me a few tries.
Well, I guess he does have his CO power, so he'll double attack, so maybe he will damage both battleships enough. And hopefully get rid of the bomber. Because there's no way we're capturing. Actually, no, he did get rid of it. Yeah, so... Yes, it's, just down to getting rid of the battleships. We're hurting them out enough that they're not a factor. No, why are you attacking the lander? I mean, I guess this is the usual AI doing this.
Soars above you.
Yeah. But yeah, as you can see, Eagle does the heavy lifting in this one at least.
Relatively speaking, yeah.
Tank. Tanks for nothing.
And now he's got a fighter on top of the HQ, which means it's gonna be harder for me to capture it. God damn it, Eagle.
Yeah, I think he does that a lot. For some reason.
Uh-oh. That's bad. The medium tanks really want a piece of me now.
Uh-oh, he's got his CL power. Is he gonna use at the end of this turn, though? Probably not. Nope. Saving it for next turn. Good to know. Hyper repair. Yeah, this beam does go hard. Cooler Andy's beam goes hard. That's this I can do. Almost got maxes power, and then it's time to go in when it is. Hanged.
Hopefully that bomber does something here, because, like, this is too many tanks for me to backdoor as is. White Army, that's AI controlled when in advanced where it's usually player controlled and literally greener units. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, we're getting Fire Emblem green united.
Pretty much.
Initiate sequence.
Not the sequence.
Hyper repair.
Oh, Kanbei charged his CO power a second time faster than he did the first time.
I'm gonna give...
Uh-oh.
Gonna give Eagle a chance to hopefully bomb some of these ground units by me. I don't want them to come back across the bridge, which is why I didn't drop down yet.
Yes!
Let's go the medium tank here. How did that live? Like, actually, how did that live? I'm literally on a 1 HP in a dream on my medium tank here. Let's use the APC bait. Get more ammo boost on. Catch himself with his guard down again, but I bet he is. Probably.
Yeah, you decide to ram into that capturing infantry, which is, you know, obviously a super good use of action economy. Okay, they aren't coming back around to chase me this time.
Damn, this war is too advanced. That's a good one, actually.
Or shiny Pichu. Now they're headed back.
Things just made up on the spot. Probably should have saved this CO power, honestly. Well, that was a waste of maxes. We'll never know.
Eagle's at least hitting things in a way that... Oh, nice. I actually killed that. So I have to deal with 2 of these now.
Must defeat.
Wait, what is the hyper repair? He's nothing damaged. Yeah, I guess he's...
Hyper repair nothing.
I guess he's getting the offense and defense, but it's still very silly.
Unhyper repair.
Hyper repair, maybe. Checkmate. There's nowhere left for you to run.
It's here. I had an infantry kill an anti-air just for the joke.
I'm all revved up. Hyper repair.
Need more anti-airs.
Sitting, I'm gonna let those run, refill my water, and then we'll close out the mission and see what the story sequence is. So, be right back.
Okay.
Alright, and we're back. Let's finish this clone off.
Okay. Hopefully you do better than I'm doing right now, because I am hanging on by a thread. But so is the enemy, so that's good at least. Oh, CO power.
Right.
We have what? For the time being.
Really?
Not for long. More units inbound. Gripes, there's no end in sight. You don't have time to waste around here. Leave this to me and go. I'm saying too, I won't leave you to fight alone. No, Sammy, you must join Andy and Max. No! Even you can't stand against this horde.
I ship it.
Do you think so little of me as a soldier and a commander? Yes, I do. You have no idea how powerful an adversary awaits your friends. You can't face them alone. Go, Sammy. Go! I understand. Watch your back.
Again,
Yeah.
I ship it.
They'll soon find out that Eagle is no easy prey.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
No way I'm losing to a fake me.
We'll write it on his tombstone, I guess.
Hey there!
It's a special sound effect for HQ capture.
Look who's here!
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard a version with HQ capture. Or like a special sound for it.
They had one in Super Famicom Wars. But it had like a unique jingle for it.
Grit, it's good to see your face.
Howdy there.
How y'all doing? I finally got our mystery foe by the tail, but I need your help to convey some intel to Andy and his friends. Here, take this tracking device. What for? And what you gonna be doing in the meanwhile, darling? I need to survey the situation. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. Father already warned me to take care. You wouldn't be trying to pull the wool over my eyes, would ya? Of course not. You too smart for that, Grit. You'll go now, won't you? Well, I reckon that would be the smart thing to do. Stay put now. I'll be right back. I wish I could be as useful as Grit. I mean, Grit's not really been that useful.
He's been useful in the background, to be fair.
True. I'll just have to try. Now, if my calculations are correct, that should buy me just enough time. Enigma? Face off against the mysterious leader of the Black Hole Army.
Oh, this is the map that took me 2 hours.
Oh boy.
It's the penultimate mission. So you might, if you want to go over, you might be able to finish tonight.
We'll see. I guess if it goes too crazy, I'll suspend.
All right.
What is that thing? Or who is it? Or is it a who or a what? Well, whoever or whatever it is, I'm guessing that's our mystery foe. If we beat him, does that mean my creepy copy will vanish too? I hope so, Andy. Now, let's focus on getting ourselves through this.
I should also say that this map does not have its CO power as a mercy.
Yeah, I guess.
Because trust me, when you get to the final map, that CO power cannon will wreck you.
I mean, pretty sure Meteor is like Tabitha's, and Calder's mission in Days of Ruin had multiple launchers that did that, so I think I'll be fine.
Well, it deals 8 damage to anyone and everyone, so it's a guaranteed almost OHKO.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was Calder's Fortress, except multiple launchers that did it.
Yeah, luckily he doesn't do it in this mission, as a mercy.
Also, they had the, oh, what mission was that? It was like 1 or 2 before that, too. Calder had the Great Eagle or whatever that would go around and do an even larger area of effect for 8 damage.
I forgot about that one.
Why is it... I mean, I guess at least his missiles is further forward, but man, it's not a good position for it.
Finding it here for Max. By a transport copter. Just currently battling a war of attrition. I'm very slowly winning.
This bomber can come in right away. I might not be able to cap this immediately. I have to see.
Oh, you did the same strat I did. Yeah. You'll see the issue with this map real fast. Okay.
We definitely need to take control seaport, otherwise we won't be able to contest them there.
Yeah, the seaport and the airport are your key targets here, if I recall.
Actually, control them by doing this. They'll buy us a turn, because they'll probably attack the lander again after when we're trying to capture it. Nice sound effects.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the tanks sound like UFOs. It's just like...
I mean, they are from space.
Yeah, but it's what I would expect of the aircraft. not the tanks.
Fair enough.
Okay, the bomber didn't actually come in right away. That's surprising.
Take the next.
definitely have a problem where even getting our units to leave the base is annoying.
Woo!
Can't help but notice he could see my sub without needing to detect it. That definitely makes things very annoying.
Here I come. Double time.
Let me see how many days that was. Because I have not been it yet, but I'm restarting again. Day 19! This.
Yeah, we definitely have a problem with not being able to get units out front fast enough here. can we even buy that would be that helpful over here? Particularly since there's a lot of firepower headed our way. Against this type of stuff, we probably just need more tanks. Although we might have to convert to mech spam soon to be able to utilize both of our factories.
Yeah, I don't think I'm beating this on my file tonight.
Oh, I thought you had him hanging by a thread.
He did, but then he pulled back and routed Andy, which meant that suddenly all of Andy's properties were neutral again.
Whoops.
So he managed to pull it back, basically.
Damn. That's not what I was hoping you'd attack the infantry with.
At the very least, Andy's power comes pre-charged in the final mission. Which is more I can say about the other two COs, where they still have to charge theirs.
We're definitely losing our opportunity to cap that.
At the very least, the max button is working better than I thought it would, regardless of strategy. Apparently Drake is actually really good for the final battle because Squall increases your firepower and the effective 1 damage, you know? Turns out in the player's hands, Squall's a better ability than when in the AI's hands. Who would have guessed, you know? At least this game doesn't have permadeath. God, imagine if you had like COs die for some reason. Like permadeath die, I mean.
I don't know how they'd even implement something like that.
It would just be weird. Yeah, that's exactly where the meteor strike should hit, honestly.
There's no way. There's no way we're getting this.
Doing better than I did with Sammy on this mission.
Well, if we can break this force, then he loses a lot of momentum. Because he's not really doing a whole lot to make replacements. Your efforts are truly pathetic.
Yeah.
Your face is pathetic.
Got him. If you look at his original Rampant 1 design before this remake, it's actually... That's actually accurate.
Well, we're sort of distracting the bomber, I guess.
Speaking of, I just got my own bomber in this mission. Plus, I think I got a semblance of a strategy figured out.
I might need to try to disrupt this capture, because we can't let him have that. Is there a command?
What are you looking
Yeah.
for?
In Days of Ruin, you can just choose to delete a unit. But I don't think I can
Oh,
do
you
that
can't
here.
do that here. That thing comes till dual strike, I think.
Let's see, what if I attack into the medium tank here and just let it... Okay.
Now it's my turn. Double time.
Damn it, they took care of my bomber. I was gonna use that to bomb things.
Alright, we're gonna do the CPU thing where we're hard targeting the capture because we can't let them out of this factory.
Yeah. Makes sense.
How do I feel about trying to flank here? I don't think it's gonna work too well just because of these guys blocking. It's probably better just to stay here. Alright. Fill another tank, I guess.
Got rid of that bomber.
I guess alternatively,
Oh, that was an easier non-tank collective up. Oops.
I'm gonna bait this bomber into still killing these guys. I'm gonna build a anti-air here. Which means I only have enough money for reconers, mech or an infantry, so I think if we do infantry in the back line. We need someone to come up to capture this anyway at some point, so. Can do that, move out of the rocket range. Turns out the top play was actually pretty good, if for no other reason than to fool that bomber into attacking stuff that's technically kind of irrelevant. Oh, my missiles. Oh no, the battleship is attacking my 3 hit point mech. What a tragedy. Well, rip that infantry. You served your purpose.
Oh, I finally got school. Anchors away.
Alright, there we go. Get that bomber out of here. Or rather, I guess, down to 2 hit points so it can stop doing crap to me.
Well, now I just did damage that one, which is very useful on this map.
Alright, yeah, all the vehicles he's sending are just, like, not tanks. Which is great.
Yeah.
Great for me. Because my medium tank is still alive, so it sucks to be him.
No, not the APC.
Alright. No factory for you. I'm gonna leave that factory alone for a second here, I guess. Because that battleship's just gonna bombard me. I guess unless I wanted to create infantry to make him waste his shells on. Maybe I'll do that. Now let's disrupt his other dudes up here too. Man, it's a bit of a walk here for my infantry, but nothing for it. Let's see, what do I want to reinforce with? Maybe I just create more infantry, because really, he's not sending anything crazy up here yet. So we want to try, yeah, this is a good opportunity to try to get our economy actually rolling. So I'm gonna spam infantry. Although, let's see. Looks like he might be heading for my HQ. If he does that, I'm gonna have to build an anti-air over on in my base. Wow! When the bomber bombs the infantry and fails to kill the infantry.
Wow. I don't know what he was trying to accomplish there. But he accomplished something, alright. Using a bomber on a single medium tank, genius. Wow, I low rolled a 98%. I low rolled a 98% and so failed to kill.
Rip. Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what he's trying to do here now. Is he even really building anything? I mean, he's building mechs, but really? Well, whatever. I might just be able to ignore stuff and go for his HQ in the end. The sea and the air battle might actually be irrelevant.
I had to round him when I played this map. He used to say it took forever.
Rip anti-airs. But they did what they needed to. He does have a bunch of stuff on that airport now, which would be a problem if he is actually capable of capturing it. But he does not seem interested in actually sending infantry up there.
He just surrounded himself. He's trying to kill my... He tried to kill my transport copter, but ended up running out of actions to do it with. Go. Okay.
Alright, the tank definitely does more than the medium, because medium doesn't, or the medium is damaged, so I guess we're going in with the light. Low roll.
Roll tanks roll. I'm pushing the max button. It's my last effort to keep this attempt alive.
Fingers crossed for Max.
Luckily, the final map gives you 5 airports and none of them are on his side. So if we can just get rid of all his air enemies, you're pretty much set in a war of attrition after that.
Actually going after his facilities here will definitely be a pain. If I want to do anything to the sea, I pretty much have to have him run out of battleship ammo, I guess. So we might be trying to go over land with like mech spam or something, backed up by rockets. Which, I mean, I guess if there's a commander to do mech spam over the mountains, I'm playing her.
It's Sammy.
Yes, he put a bunch of stuff on here to defend the airport, and he's completely uninterested in bringing any infantry up there. He's still trying to capture all this from me. You might say he is very distracted.
Oh.
I guess it makes sense that he's trying to take the seaport, but he's not going to be able to get it. I'm just going to end up killing him with my infantry.
Damn it.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's my seaport.
Part of the issue with this map is that Andy's side is just you have to get more resources than you realistically can. And the problem is he targets all your transport copters off the bat, so good luck doing that in the first place. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that's just the AI doing the typical go for the transport stuff, except it actually works this time.
Pretty much. This is how the map's laid out. Center is the worst place for it, but guess where Andy is automatically placed?
Alright, I think that's enough infantry. I'm gonna bring another rocket in from the rear.
You think you want to try the final mission after this?
No. Like, we're already going a bit over to finish this, probably, so I don't think there is any reasonable way we could start it.
Probably not. And definitely not finish it in time.
Am I planning to do the hard campaign? We'll see. I'm really not a fan of games locking hard mode behind completing it normally. So we'll see how I feel.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I agree. At the very least, you could probably do all the missions you skipped over for various routes.
I could, but I feel like I probably wouldn't want to do those either. Like, if I'm going back to do anything, I guess it would be the hard mode stuff, but...
Fair enough.
Yeah, he's got all those landers, but his mechs are definitely like just coming straight across. He is very fixated on this factory.
He's very fixated on my airports so that he can heal his own air units.
Wow, he's also really spamming these anti-airs when, you know, I've got a lot of tanks here. It's gonna be a losing proposition for him. Yeah, it might be time to start just making multiple mech lines here. Although, do I want to do that from the rear HQ? That, or the factory? That feels like it's gonna take forever. I think I'll use that for my vehicles. So if I'm not buying vehicles, I just won't use it, and I'll be spamming mechs from the other front two ones. Also, this thing looks so much like a bomber. I thought I would have to block it, but it's actually a fighter, so it's kind of just hovering uselessly in the top C.
Makes sense.
It explains why I never bothered to try to attack my transport. Because it was actually incapable of it. Actually, you know what? I can build from the back. Maybe C, we need a replacement, especially if the rocket's not gonna be sitting on a city.
Meteor strike incoming. Oh, that's the worst. If it goes long. Yep, Andy got routed just because I had bad luck with Meteor Strike.
Unfortunate.
At least one of his fighters is finally dead.
He really loves defending that neutral airport. Emphasis on neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just hasn't figured out the technology of loading mechs into landers.
He did in my game, which is weird considering I'm playing on normal.
It might be because he's probably scripted to chase his middle factory first, and I prevented him from taking it. In Days of Ruin, Tabitha has a similar meltdown if she doesn't get the factory in the middle when she's chasing Gage and his buddies before Will steps in.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it's probably just that the AI is very rigid and incapable of dealing with not having this factory. Yeah, this battleship's about to be out of ammo. So I can stop having a health tax on my units coming out of this factory. Landon's coming over here, though. I might have to put some more...
This blow made him waste most of his resources on healing his units.
Might have to put some effort into defending this here. Actually, it's an artillery and a tank, so they can't capture, but I might have to actually... I'm gonna keep a tank in the back in case I decide to try to land on my HQ. Chances are they're trying to take the factory here, though.
Yeah. Somehow I think Andy losing made this map easier for me.
Well, if it disrupts the AI enough.
Yeah, because basically now he's spreading too thin across the two. Actually, size across Max's stuff and Drake's stuff. It helps that he has to constantly heal the damage walls doing to him.
Go, fourth little infantry! You know, for being injured to 6 health, that was some pretty decent damage on the artillery.
Can't be in front of me when you're out of gas. Nice. A lot of his vehicles also running out of gas, so that helps too.
AI having some management problems.
Yeah, like I said, he's spreading too thin.
Sounds legit. I guess we'll probably need to actually do something about the sea, because that battleship is guarding the HQ. APC healing the battle or refueling the battleship is a little bit not good.
Also, Max has so much money that I'm just building medium tanks every turn.
Yeah, love to see it.
Also, Drake is hanging on by a thread, but luckily, the only thing near him is out of ammo and out of fuel, so I can just heal up. You know. Oh, he's getting an airport. Gotta stop that.
Now the bottleneck is becoming a problem for me. Not having a seaport in my starting base is really the pits, because like, now he's just camping. And he got the battlefield or ship refilled, so I have to run him out again. I guess I can try... I might put a sub up once his sub ends up having to go back for fuel refilling. the option of building a cruiser while the battleship was retreating. Yeah, I was gonna build either a sub or a cruiser, but the lander, when he came down, was blocking, so... I was expecting him to have to go to the fort. I forgot about the APC, so we lost a turn of him. Actually, it would have been 2 turns of downtime if he had to actually go to the fort. Yeah, I mean, that's why I want to do it after the sub goes back, because he'll need to refuel at some point. So when his sub leaves, I'm going to build a sub, because the battleship's going to shoot at it almost certainly. Actually, and now he brings his APC out over here, so... If he... Yeah, if he has to go back to refill the battleship again, then he's not going to have the APC there. Unless it retreats.
I'm unbeatable. Double time.
The infantry high rolled enough to almost kill the artillery from 4 hit points. can look at maybe starting to move the vehicles up there too, because the battleship's not going to be able to keep up if we move a full column up there. You okay over there?
What?
I was just hearing like some like reverberating sounds coming out of your mic.
No, that was just me making noises. Nothing too bad. Currently just pressing the max button again. At this point, just need to storm their HQ, I feel. Because now he's got all the centers too.
I wonder what that fighter is over here. He's not gonna find fuel on at my seaport or my factory, that's for sure.
Got a meteor strike. Most useless meteor strike I've seen yet. It hit 1 unit.
Nice. Oh, that's true. It's probably trying to reach the APC, and the APC was like, you know what? Nah. You don't get anything, sir. Real great teamwork scene. Alright, his stuff is in major disarray here.
Nice. Financier. War knows I need more of those.
the sub goes for any longer, it's gonna not have any appeal. This thing might just die.
Are you gonna try to route the mission or what?
No, I'm trying to get the headquarters capture, but like, it's obviously gonna be a bit difficult.
Yeah.
But
This mission with Max, and it took me like 50 turns to route it.
the sub camping my seaport though has decided not to go back for fuel, so it might just be stranded.
That's funny.
Because if it doesn't head back in the next turn, even if it heads back now, it might not have enough fuel to make it. Alright, the sub is heading back.
Oh, I rolled there, killed a medium tank on a 30%.
But I don't think it's gonna make it. So what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna spend a lot of money to fork the AI on this.
I just had a funny thing happen where I just had a 0% kill a medium tank with an infantry.
So I can choose. You can choose the fire on one of my units, but it will be in range of a rocket, a sub, and an artillery. Regular infantry is so bad at crossing mountains. Seeing this makes you wish this Sammy had Victory March. I'm not sure what that is, but I assume that's like the level 2 or something.
I believe it's our tier 2.
Yeah, so that's what I suspected. Infantry and mechs gain +2 move and capture anything in one turn. Oh, so it's like the will style one. Because I was kind of disappointed that it was only +1 move for her infantry here. So I'm used to Will giving direct combat units +2 move and +30 attack. Which is obviously kind of absurd, but... yeah. And I think we have some pretty good momentum here. If this battleship wants to attack something, it's gonna die. Alright, it's attacking my light tank. Well, the battleship really wanted to die. Apparently. Not my sub. Okay, apparently, yeah, I guess that other one can reach, so yeah, it makes sense. Never mind. Although, it still wanted to die because it attacked my sub. It's just I was thinking about the wrong battleship. This medium tank is gonna pose a problem now. We're gonna have to draw it back so we can rocket it. Because otherwise, we're just gonna get massacred. Yeah, this sub's not making it. It's just gonna blow up. Truly incredible.
I think I lost this attempt too.
Yeah, rip. Alright. Finally that battleship is out of my hair. It only took accumulating up to like 50,000 credits to have enough money to fork it.
I think the play is Max and Eagle at this point. Because Max is working for me, but I can't seem to find a perfect third player, you know.
Makes sense.
And I can't use Grid if I use Max, because Max actually counts as a Blue Moon CO for some weird reason. And Sami counts as a gold comment. Which, to be fair, that makes sense given their ties to Grid and Sonya, respectively, you know. But because of that, I can't really bring in Grid and Max or Kanbai and Sammy, you know. You get the point, right?
Yep.
Well, my Switch 2 died, so I'm gonna put that on the charger.
Yep, there goes the sub and the fighter.
Sorry for not being as talkative this past hour and a half.
No,
I was focusing.
Yeah, that's right. I know. You're having a tough time with the mission.
Yep. I will beat it. It's not tonight, I guess. Wow, we're already 40 minutes over just because of this mission. I
Yep.
told you this one would be a long one. Well, next time we'll finish Advance Wars 1, maybe tackle post-game if you want.
Yeah, we'll see.
Here I come.
And of course go on that big shopping spree you mentioned.
Okay, bye-bye to the medium tank. It's the last big thing that was really standing in our way.
Now you could just route the map at this point, let's be real.
Yeah, I suppose probably wouldn't be super difficult. Who do we hit with the last rocket? I guess probably the tank.
Probably, yeah. Anti-air might also be work.
Actually, how much does this do? Yeah, they need help. Alright, we'll do... weaken the tank so that this reserve coming in can get it.
Or you could just high roll.
Not high rolled enough though.
Probably enough that you could have used a different unit though. Oh, that's basically a almost guaranteed to kill.
Yeah.
My mech is stronger than yours, I guess.
I mean, we are Sammy. Our
Yeah.
mechs are very much stronger than theirs. Alright, the infantry have broken through.
Gonna target that APC in front of you.
No, because that'll put me in range of the battleship right now.
Oh, duh. Right, he just built that battleship.
No, this one's been sitting here for a while.
Gotcha.
It's been kind of the major pain point where I looked at it and went, well, we can't quite capture the headquarters super easily that way.
Yeah. That's why I just went to route this mission instead. The airport definitely helped in my game plan. Because, as you can see, he doesn't particularly care for the airport.
Yeah, I haven't really been able to get to it, but it's not really been a big deal either.
Yeah. Problem is the HQ is always guarded on this and the next map.
Yeah, it's guarded, but the medium tank YOLO'd off to get killed by the rockets, so...
Yeah, that's funny.
That's gonna be a problem for him here, so we could potentially push through. Because I can start forking him by taking the factory and the headquarters, and his battleship will have to choose one target.
The funny thing is, they claim this map is easy after you beat it. Everyone that plays this map is like, what?
Finally,
like
it
Max
said
said.
something. Yeah, I mean...
Max said...
Like, technically, it's been long and tedious, but really, as soon as I won that first skirmish, it was basically over.
Yeah. But like Max said, that was too easy or something like that, and I was like, what? You know.
That's gonna be a problem, because he's building medium tanks again.
Luckily you can capture. Cut off his funding a bit.
Yeah, although he's gonna try to recap.
That's what you have your own reserves for.
Yeah, perhaps.
Not the cruiser, I mean the lander.
It was in my way.
Killing three units with one sub.
Yeah.
True. Hey, it could be four. He did that to me. He basically loaded an APC with a unit already on it.
I would have definitely gone for, or like ignored it if I could have gone around it, but... He was body blocking, so I shot it.
Yeah. Also, my wrist hurts from holding ZR down so much.
Oops.
I'm so used to the Joy-Con 1s that the Joy-Con 2s make my hands cramp, even though my hands are big, so Joy-Con 1s realistically should be the ones doing that.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah.
I could build another sub. It might be excessive. Actually, if we want to get at this battleship fast, it's probably not that excessive. Especially if it's being guarded.
Excessive.
Yeah, if it's being guarded by an artillery too, we want to burst it down ASAP. And we're definitely losing more health with this sub fighting us, or fighting back against us too.
Yeah. Eventually, you're either gonna capture that HQ or you'll just rout the enemy, whichever comes first.
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore the top island, so there's a good chance I just cap.
If you ignore the top island, yeah, that just means you'll cap.
You wonder if that counts as 3 kills in 1 turn for score purposes.
That is a good question.
Yeah. If the game, I would hope especially a remake or a remaster would be able to count that and actually keep track, but I guess who knows. Well, nice of that medium tank to just come out so I could get rocketed. As a charge. Well, now we're close.
You're
I'm gonna feed the gremlin
irrelevant.
real fast.
Hmm?
I said I'm gonna feed the gremlin real fast.
Well, thanks for feeding her.
I used to have a soundboard of that on Discord, but the server was then deleted. The server, so
The entire server?
yeah, because like the server owner wanted to delete it and transition to a new one because a lot of people there were there for a former co-host of their stream that they had issues with later down the road. So naturally, they made a new server for just their stream and not the co-host issue.
Makes sense.
And deleted the old one at the end of the year. Gonna try to bait them into capturing.
Yep. Also, I want this tank to try to take the infantry kills so that I can rocket it.
Real question is, will they join? Probably not. I've not seen the AI do that yet.
Yeah, I don't know if this AI is capable of doing that.
Yeah. I know they do that in the later games, but that's because they figured out what they were doing with AI in the later games.
Yep. Pick the bait.
Double bait at that. might be able to block the seaport so he doesn't build anything on it now.
I'm okay if he does, just because he'd be wasting money.
Fair enough. Yeah, for a while, Andy dying in the final map actually kind of benefited me, but then he managed to start capturing the middle area himself faster than I was capturing it. So it's like, okay, now he's got too much money to spare.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good at all.
Yeah. Also, remember how I mentioned there was foreshadowing to Dual Strike in this version?
Yep.
Well, Clone Andy's troopers are the same as other clones we see in Dual Strike later on. As opposed to the standard black hole troops.
Interesting.
Because you see, in Dual Strike, they just randomly decide to make clones of COs that aren't actually relevant to the plot anymore.
Let's see.
So you just get random Kanbei and Olaf clones when they're not even relevant to the plot anymore. Yeah, pretty much. The only CO not in Dual Strike was Sturm, because there's reasons for that. Yeah, you'll see eventually, you know. But also maybe Black Hole likes making Andy clones.
Yeah, they might just simply have a thing for Andy.
I mean, he's meant to be the hero.
Yeah, although I would question...
You would question his intelligence, yeah.
It's competent, but yeah, it's intelligence as well.
I mean, his competence is... They stated in the story itself that he is competent. He just doesn't have a...
Well, they state it, but they don't really demonstrate it.
I mean, that's where the gameplay comes in. Let's see if his whole thing is the jack of all, you know.
And he's not great in gameplay, lack of a passive traits. Yeah, he definitely doesn't feel... He doesn't feel like he's great.
Yeah, like they said, he's basically got no real strengths or weaknesses.
Although it feels like I mean, that's a false statement, because it's like it says no strengths or weaknesses, but no strengths is basically a weakness.
I know.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna end up routing this simply because the enemy is throwing all the dudes in the way and dying.
Yeah. Well, granted, you still have the top island to deal with to do that.
Yeah, but I have a battleship there, so... It could easily happen at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not charged yet?
Wow, that looks like it's hanging on by a sliver of charge.
There we go.
Now it's my turn. Double time.
But yeah, since he has no passives, it's especially hilarious that his super CO power it isn't even on his clone when you take on Advance Wars 2 modes. His clone Andy does exist in Advance Wars 2 originally. So it's kind of like, why even bother to make him compatible with Advance Wars 2 mechanics at that point? You know. Well, 3 units left. 4 actually. I miscounted. Yeah.
Probably still be faster to capture just because the battleship is going to take like 4 shots to kill all the stuff on that island, but it technically could if I wanted it to.
Yeah. At this point, it's just better to capture. This map's taken long enough already. Load in and immediately drop.
Yep.
Genius.
The enemy never saw it coming. To what influence? Are you sure I won't defeat you? You seem to be having a lot of trouble here.
Especially when that tank just got lost all its ammo. The one on the island. Yeah, Advance Wars by Web is pretty cool. Shout out to having that community remain active all this time, you know?
Oh, this is my factory now. No matter what he does, there's nothing he can do to stop it now.
Yeah. You are my factory now. I had to go for the full Gohan there.
Makes sense. Alright, I guess it's actually 3 shots.
Depending on whether or not you high roll the second one.
I mean, it's still gonna take 2 more turns just because the second one can't get there fast enough to actually attack here.
Might as well route at this point. Because it looks like he doesn't have enough resources. Makes sense. Oh, he left it unguarded.
Yep.
Could just round anyways. Definitely a high roll there.
Probably not right. Use some moving the others.
You don't even need to capture everything. You're just doing it to flex. Oh, he's probably gonna build something with the last of his buddy.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. The real question is, how are you gonna win?
Well, we worked so hard for the capture, so I'm gonna kill this guy in revenge for daring to damage my HQ capturer, and then I'm gonna HQ capture.
Fair enough. At least keep the one guy alive, so you could always kill the battleship or not. Keep the 2 guys alive.
Was that it? Seemed kinda easy.
Told ya!
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like I said, it was tedious, but basically as soon as he failed to take that factory, the map was decided.
Yeah.
It looks like we're finally... Andy, Max, and Sammy.
Yeah!
Hey, it's Grit! How's it going? No times for pleasantries, Junior. I use this tracking device to find the snake's hiding place. Huh? Then, who did we just beat? That's just the tip of the old boy's tail. But we gotta hurry. Sonia's in danger.
Basically, you just kill a Doombot.
Eagle might.
I do like killing Doombots.
I ship it. If we don't figure this out soon, Eagle might.
Hey there!
They really do have the chemistry.
Look who's here!
Collectibles.
Yes. I like how Blackpool is marked on the map. It's just like this ominously large continent. It's like, wow, guys, how did we miss this?
Yeah.
Thanks for the GGs.
It's Shall we just call you creepy guy?
So,
The creepy man will excuse himself now.
so, you're the one behind all this chaos. Do you have a name, or should I just call you creepy guy?
My name is Sturm.
Of course.
Well, Sturm, we finally tracked you down. There's nowhere to go from here, other than our custody. Time to pay the piper, as the saying goes. Track down me. You've done nothing but enter the door that I left open for you. What? Sonia, so confident in your strategy games and the tactics you pluck from books. So single-minded. So easy to manipulate.
Turns out he knew her whole game the whole time.
Wait, but are you saying you've known all along that this was all some elaborate trap?
You've made one stupid mistake after another. Did you imagine yourself a match for me? You conceited fool.
But now, it is time to put an end to these games. I tire of this farce. It is time to pay the piper, was it?
Oh,
I won't go down without a fight. If you've studied me, you should already know that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's also studied you to note that your CO power kinda sucks. And you're bad at fighting. So, rip Sonia.
Until next time,
Yeah.
on Dragon Ball Z.
Sturm too alien to understand the idiom. Yes, I guess so.
Yeah.
It's a large amount of stars? Yeah, it's only 8. No big deal, right?
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yep. Because we're already like an hour over, so we're definitely not doing the final battle here. But, unless something goes horribly
Next week
wrong.
is BK, right?
Yeah. Next, we'll be taking a break, I guess, which I guess this is a very unfortunate time.
Yeah. We're taking a break to become the Burger King.
Yep. Yeah, next week we're going to take a break to do some Code of the Burger King for April Fools. So we're just gonna do a session of it to check it out, see what the ship posting is like. But I figure it's been a bit since we've done an April Fools stream, so we'll have a go at doing something a little different, something a little weird. So yeah, well, I guess won't be back to finish this off and move on to Advance Wars 2 until a couple weeks from now. But yeah, aside from that, tomorrow we're doing some Umusume. I have no idea what the Part 4 anniversary stuff entails, but if it's anything like Part 3, it probably won't be anything too crazy, but if there's nothing in there that causes me to mold my runs around them, we'll just do Team Trials stuff to improve the last few slots that I have open. I'll probably be taking suggestions, so if anyone wants to see a particular runner, and they, I guess, slot into what we have open, because Trackblazer is a very problematic scenario that kind of cuts out like a third of the cast. So, there's that. Yeah, assuming it fits in and we can make it work with the scenario, I'll make attempts with them. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. Then Friday, Sunday, Monday, we're returning to Shadow Dragon, where we'll be starting off with Etzel's Gaiden chapter, which means we'll get our 3rd Gaiden member, which brings our...
And our 5th member overall.
Yeah, 5th member overall, although... let's be real here, it's like... Frey is 1 unit and everyone else is like a third of a unit.
I mean, you say that, but it seems like at the very least, Dawn is working out sorta kinda.
She's starting to take off. She's starting to do things, but like, she's doubling stuff and still failing to one round because her offenses are still not that great. Whereas Frey just walks up with a silver lance and obliterates something. Or rides up, rather. Yeah. But yeah, and Horus is
existing.
Yeah, I guess Horus is what Norn wishes she could have been when she first joined the team.
Athena is doing alright.
Yeah, that's true. I guess Athena's she's got the strength, but somehow not the speed. I don't know how our Myrmidon is somehow not doing well in speed.
Despite being a sword master.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so that's what we'll be doing. Maybe finishing on Monday, we'll see. Because the new Gaidens are dragging things out, and also feeding the Gaiden units that are not Frey is also causing maps to go longer. So yeah, we'll see where we go there, but otherwise, I guess we'll have to see what we do for Fire Emblem from there. I'll have to pull out of the folder or something. But yeah, I guess next week we'll be taking a break from this to do Code of the Burger King for a day, and then Uma on the Thursday we'll be in the middle of the long CM. It's gonna be kind of awkward because I'll be basically doing stuff during round 2 rather than the finals this time, but yeah, timing is what it is. So yeah, wonder if Sullivan he's still going. I wonder if wonder how long he plans to keep going with the matches, but I'll check in.
Oh, I got 3 5-stars in a row with my free summon tickets today.
Congrats. Alright, he's in the middle of a match, so I guess if nothing else, we'll get to catch like the end of one or something. So yeah, Sullivan's doing Eternal Return. We'll pop in, see how he's doing. So yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow for some Uma. If not, I don't know, maybe Friday for a Shadow Dragon, or Wednesday for Code of the Burger King, or if you're just here for only Advance Wars a couple weeks from now. And have yourselves a good night.